Hello, hello everybody. Good morning. Hi. Oh my goodness. My camera's a different color. Hold on. Let's fix that. That's better. Wait. Still too high. Ah, there we go. That's much better. Hello, hello. What's up, Leftist Leo? Hey, Rob Warrior. Rayla Rivers. I love the name. What's up, Shufu Poofer? Captain Buggy, I love how the right-wing chuds got my Twitch account banned as soon as I found a streamer I enjoy. At least you still have me on YouTube and make a new Twitch account. Comedib, hello from Germany. I don't know when I'm getting the website, Captain Buggy. I don't get to make it. I am in contact with people that are able to make it, and they take like they're too busy. So I don't know. I'm trying. I would honestly create like a site to host the stream off of rather than embed a YouTube stream into it, but that would cost an immense amount of money. What's up, guys? Oh my God, all the Germans are here because obviously we're going to be going over German news. I did want to look at a couple things before we jump to Germany, though. Yeah, I hope you all voted. Glad that the AFD did not win. This is good. Yes, Shufa Poofer. The AFD did not win, but they did basically double their voter base, which is not good at all. However, the SDP won enough that they might not there's not going to need to be a coalition with the AFD. The other part of it that's nice is that the left tripled their voting base. Like, they think it got, what, was it 8 points? We'll have a look, because the numbers keep changing as they count the votes. We'll get there when we get there. I just wanted to, have a look at a couple other things first. So, we've been having some plane issues, right? Well, today, an American Airlines flight 292 from New York to Delhi had to get an emergency diversion and land in Rome because there was a bomb threat on this plane. Here you can see 2 Italian jets kind of just bringing it down. No, so this one didn't crash. They actually landed this plane, which is nice. Shush. All right.
A security concern aboard an American Airlines flight forcing international response. The flight took off from JFK Airport here in New York and was heading to New Delhi, India, but it was diverted to Rome because of a fake bomb threat that was received by email. Joining me now for more is ABC's Rena Roy.
Look, Shuvu Poofer, you're getting on a plane in 2 days. I can't take this anymore. I'd be fucking terrified to fly. Now, this was a fake bomb threat. Nothing actually happened here. They brought the plane down, but there's something going on with the planes. You know, we've been seeing them crashing in every other country. America is its own thing. Us getting rid of the FAA does not affect this. This is just more international terrorism.
With ABC News contributor, aviation analyst, and veteran commercial pilot, John Nance. Rena, I want to start with you. What more do we know about this email that came in that had this fake bomb threat in it?
Yeah, well, Phil, American Airlines just released a statement a short time ago saying that the plane was able to land safely there in Rome, as you said, and law enforcement was able to inspect the aircraft before it was cleared to redepart. Thankfully, as you said,
that's nice.
This email...
Yeah, look, there's a lot of planes every day, Shuva Poofer. Your odds of anything bad happening to you on a plane are still much lower than you think they are. But you know, it's worrying. And then at the same time, yesterday, we had a mass shooting at an Air Force base. So that was interesting. I'm tying up all of the insane right-wing bullshit that's happening before we get into looking at Germany, because Germany's going to take quite a bit of time. What's with the creepy music? Jesus Christ. Okay, this is a shit video. Basically, Air Force Base in New Mexico got shot up by, a disgruntled veteran, I would assume. Captain Buggy, mass fake bomb threats, intentional gutting of air travel regulations. I don't want to sound like 2016 Hillary, everything is Russia's fault, but fuck it, doesn't it seem like it? Look, I do have to say, like, I hate Hillary Clinton. She is a ghoul, but she was never more correct than right here.
Putin, from everything I see, has no respect for this person.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet.
It's pretty clear you won't admit
No, you're
that
the
the
puppet.
Russians have engaged in cyber attacks against the United States of America, that you encouraged espionage against our people, that you are willing to spout the Putin line, sign up for his wish list, break up NATO, do whatever he wants to do, and that you continue to get help from him because he has a very clear favorite in this race.
Look, as you said, Captain Buggy, she had insider knowledge we didn't have. I won't give her credit. She didn't go far enough or do anything. No, she didn't. But she was correct. That's the one thing. Look, to be fair, it was clear to many voters at the time that she was right. I mean, the entire reason that we say, like, oh, the Russia, we pretend it's fake is because of the propaganda that happened during that period of time. And one more thing, this one's quite bad. Remember last week when I said that I was shocked that we haven't had a mass shooting in a hospital yet, and that I was sure, now that RFK is confirmed, that we would see one soon? Seems like I was pretty on the ball here.
Begin with the deadly shooting at a hospital in York, Pennsylvania. That's west of Philadelphia. One police officer has been killed. Authorities say a suspect carrying a handgun and
yeah, look,
zip
sorry,
ties
I didn't
entered
do
the
this.
intensive care unit at UPMC Memorial Hospital, taking several staff members hostage. They say he opened fire, striking a doctor, a nurse, and a custodian. The suspect was holding one staff member at gunpoint and had another worker in zip ties when police say he was shot and killed by officers. West York Borough Police Officer Andrew Duarte died on the scene. Two other officers were also shot but are in stable condition. Tonight, authorities have not shared a motive for the shooting. ABC's Christian Cordero leading us off from the scene in York, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, no, there's
Tonight, one
deaths.
police officer is dead and several others are injured after a gunman stormed a local hospital.
5 wounded as far as the last update that I've seen. But like leftist Leo, the veteran thing, the non-binary veteran thing was terrible. Like it was quite sad. Captain Buggy, wait till a pig died. Yes, but so did a doctor got shot, a nurse got shot. 5 people are wounded. You know, just because the pig died doesn't make this a good thing. I suppose it's easier to treat them if possible in the hospital. I mean, if you're gonna get shot, the place to do it, I suppose, is in a hospital.
In Pennsylvania.
And we advise we have 2 officers hit by gunfire.
According to officials, the gunman, Diogenes Archangel Ortiz, entered UPMC Hospital in York, Pennsylvania around
with a gun and zip ties. Like, this was a planned attack. This was terrorism. This guy is almost certainly right. Do we have motive? Well, like, no, but yes, the motive is absolutely this guy is anti-vax. He's an RFK person. He thinks that, like, we're creating bird flu inside of the hospitals or some dumb shit like that. Like, I guarantee it.
around 10:30 a.m., armed with a handgun and zip ties.
He went straight to the ICU, and in the ICU, this individual went and
basically, yeah. Look, they haven't confirmed that, but I'm willing to bet like everything that is the case. Like, it's either that or this guy's just truly insane, but there's not much of a difference. The motive is probably going to be some weird conspiracy shit, and even if not so fucked up to hit doctors and nurses, backbone of our society. Like Captain Buggy, they hate doctors and nurses. The right hates anything that has science included in it, anything that is measurable knowledge.
Hostage members of
reality,
UPMC
really.
Staff.
Adding Ortiz tied the hands of one hospital staff member behind her back as police responded to the scene.
The individual was holding at gunpoint a member of the UPMC staff and ordered the police to get back to behind the doors.
Authorities say Ortiz fired his gun, striking a doctor, nurse, and custodian. As police officers attempted to engage Ortiz, he entered the hallway holding the hostage at gunpoint.
I wonder if I can find his Twitter.
An intense firefight ensued, and Ortiz was struck and killed. 3 officers were also hit. Officer Andrew Duarte, a law enforcement veteran, was killed. The shooting sending shockwaves through this quiet community.
So, like I said, it was going to be a matter of time until this happened. And now it's happened. And we're going to see more of this because as we continue on, the anti-science, the anti-medicine aspects of the right are going to continue to grow, especially with all of the diseases that are spreading around the US right now. Measles, tuberculosis, polio, bird flu. People are scared. Oh, and we have a brand new COVID, by the way. In Wuhan, China, a new coronavirus that has potential to spread to humans and become another pandemic has been found. And this is entirely unrelated to COVID-19, just an entirely new COVID virus. So, you know. So now we're getting hospital shootings like we saw with school shootings. We really are in the bad timeline. Yeah, basically, Captain Buggy. Look, it's going to come to a point where they're going to have armored guards at the hospitals. Like, you know. This was a targeted attack.
We have developing news tonight. A memorial is growing as a Pennsylvania community mourns the loss of a police officer. The officer was killed.
I thought that was like a libertarian premise, but everyone on the right is saying they are, and I'm like, fuck you. It's fucked. We're gonna get to Germany in a second, Genghis Khan. I haven't got there yet.
In the line of duty when a gunman opened fire inside the UPMC York Memorial Hospital. Several others were also injured in what investigators are calling a targeted attack.
Authorities say 49-year-old Diogenes Archangel Ortiz walked into the intensive care unit at UPMC York Memorial Hospital around 10:30 a.m. York County District Attorney Tim Barr.
All right, we've seen enough of that. Like, this shit's fucked. Here's a little palate cleanser before we jump on to Germany. So this is in Connecticut. It snowed quite a lot, and I do love seeing people do this stuff. You gotta be petty, guys. You gotta be mean, you gotta be annoying, you gotta be a Karen, you have to be petty, and you have to do this.
Y'all, it snows so much in Connecticut.
Sorry, very loud.
Connecticut. And somebody went and did the sidewalks on this block.
Did not do this portion of the sidewalk. I'm pausing it because of the copyrighted music. I don't want to piss YouTube off.
And didn't do this one house. All the rest of the sidewalks are...
I wonder what that house might have done that made it so they didn't have their sidewalk shoveled. I wonder.
And I think this is why.
That's what you do. Treat these people like they're assholes. Because they are. They are. You gotta be petty. That's the only way to deal with right-wingers, is to be petty, to act like they do against them. Now, let's get into Germany. I know a lot of you don't actually know how German politics works, and really neither do I, so thank you to all the Germans in chat, because you guys are going to be big help here. But let's get like a broad understanding of German politics. And Captain Buggy, yes, that is the liberal version of direct action.
Voting in Germany is notoriously complex.
Deutschland.
But we're here to break it down for you. On February the 23rd, around 60 million eligible voters are called to the ballot boxes to elect 630 members of the Bundestag. Voters do not directly elect the country's chancellor, but the results will eventually determine who governs and who's chancellor. Each ballot paper has 2 votes. The first is for a candidate running in the voter's electoral district. There are 299 of these across Germany. The candidate with most votes in a given district wins a seat in the Bundestag based on a first-past-the-post system. The second vote is for a political party. This vote determines how the Bundestag seats are distributed between the parties, and it's based on proportional representation.
So it would be like a bit of a mix between what we have in America and what we have in Australia, where like in Australia, you vote for the party, you don't vote for the leader, whereas in America, you vote for the leader, not the party. In Germany, you vote for the leader as well as the party.
So if a party gets 20% of the vote, it should get 20% of seats.
By numbers.
Here's the catch. A party must either win at least 5% of the national vote or get at least 3 members directly elected in their districts in order to be represented in the Bundestag. This is to avoid political fragmentation and legislative gridlock.
Now that 5% line is actually critical here because the left passed that 5% line. The left now gets to have seats in government and has influence. The left has also grown a significant amount just over the last couple of weeks, and I imagine with the AFD growing in power, the left will continue to grow as well. Yeah, the threshold would be difficult, I would imagine, because you guys have a lot of parties.
Look out for this on election
And
night,
good, fuck the
there are
FDP.
3 parties polling around the 5% mark. Whether they reach the threshold or not could be crucial for efforts to form a government. In past elections, additional Bundestag seats have been created for candidates who directly win a district seat, but where that seat hasn't been secured by their party in the second vote. This time, though, these seats, known as overhang seats, will
I want to go to London.
I don't know how you could have 25 parties that you have to work through. Visora already thinking like a German, fuck the FDP indeed. I mean, aren't they just like libertarians?
Has been passed to keep the seat number to 630 and prevent the Bundestag from growing. After seats have been allocated, parties enter talks to form a majority coalition to govern. The German president puts forward a candidate for chancellor, usually in agreement with coalition parties. The candidate must then secure majority support in the Bundestag to be elected.
Well, so like the idea of 25 parties, leftist Leo, isn't just like, it's not the government making parties. It's people saying, fuck that party, I want my own, and then making their own party. Having a lot of parties is probably good. It forces voters to think more. No, it could and it couldn't. Like, the thing is, like, the system itself would need other things attached to it to create the incentivized behavior. Bulletproof Bullet, the FDP is like the American Party, Reaganomics positions. Yeah, okay, so they're like ANCAP libertarian bullshit. Okay, makes sense. Good vibe check from my point. Captain Buggy, 25 parties equals a bunch of spin-offs of Trotsky works, I guess. It's probably something like that. More like plain neoliberals than libertarians. Well, I mean, most neoliberals, Phantom, pretend to be libertarians anyway. Now that we have that, like, base understanding, right? So what happened today? Actually, before I get that, this was the type of posts I was seeing before the election started. This was just before the polls opened, obviously from End Wokeness, Jack Posobiec, right-wing accounts. If AFD does not win, Germany as we know it will cease to exist. And it's just like, brown people protesting. So, like, they really went all in with the Nazi rhetoric. You know, Germany will cease to exist if you don't vote for the AFD. Like, yeah, look, it was, they were trying their best. But, at least among 18 to 24-year-olds, the left won, like, a lot. 25% of 18 to 24s voted for Linke, which is, like it's 17% increase. That's huge. That is not a small gain at all. And I think that if this continues, the left might actually continue to grow and become some kind of an oppositional force to the AFD, balancing them out, which would be cool, you know? Bulletproof Bullet, I'm surprised the CDU is so high among 18 to 24s. I am too, but at the same time, I'm not. Whereas, like, the CDU would have a lot of rich kids, you know? Rich parents and rich kids. Captain Buggy, what kind of left? Serious question. So, Linke is weird. They used to be kind of like tanky left, but then a lot of the pro-Russian tanky types left and went to BSW. And so now Linke is like, it's just the left. It's the Greens without being the Greens. I'm not entirely sure what their full ideology is, but we can have a look. I just know that, like, they used to not be great, and they have improved a little bit because of movement to the other parties from the left. I hate the term win in proportional systems like Germany to win you need 50%. No one's getting that. I mean, you could. I heard a lot of millennials are leaving the church, but also the kids want to be trad and shit and going in flocks and finding submissive women or trad values. Look, worldwide, religion is decreasing. The rates of atheism are continuing to go up. The trad value shit is just tied to Nazism. So if they were previously tanky left and then became general left, I can understand their perspective. Yeah, me too. Like, ideology and platform. Advocates for democratic socialism as an alternative to capitalism, anti-fascist, anti-militarist. One of the bigger issues that the left had was that they were against arming Ukraine, which I feel like is probably going to change a bit now. Yeah, like they're the broad big tent left, you know? But that's positive. Very, very positive. So the exit polls said this. There's probably been updates since I got these clips, because this is from like, what, 5 hours ago. Yeah, I'll check to see the current numbers.
I think we've reached that time, haven't we? It is 6 p.m. Berlin time, and I think, Jared, you've got some information for us.
We've got about 20 seconds to go, Anya, before 6 p.m. We're going to get the first exit polls now after weeks of intense debate and campaign.
I feel like that might be the Greens, Captain Buggy. I think the left is slightly to the left of what you're describing there. Here we go. The projected stats from 3 hours ago.
Alternative for Germany, 20.4%, the second largest party. So they have, according to these projected results, gotten over the 20% mark.
So we can see that SDP lost 9% of their voters. That it looks like kind of essentially the 9% that left SDP went to AFD. AFD essentially doubled their voter base, which is quite scary. Oh, what's up, Zach? I didn't see the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you very, very much. So I'm actually surprised to see that CDU went up in support, whereas the Greens went down. FDP thankfully did not clear that 5%, neither did BSW, which are both not good. We did not want either of those to clear that 5%. Thank you for the follow, I'm just me. And Die Linke has gone above that 5%, reached 8. They basically tripled their vote margin. Now it's going to turn out what's going to be the coalition. The most likely outcome here is that the CDU will coalition with the SPD. Hopefully, the firewall that Germany has built that no party will work with the AFD will hold. But as they now have more seats and more power and more influence, I feel like that's going to get eroded over time, and they're going to become more of a current problem as time goes on. CDU was very low last election, which was a big SDP win, SPD win. Well, I mean, you could see how that worked out because isn't the entire reason we had this election because the government fell apart? Which party is closest to abolishing private property? Greens, I'm guessing. No, I'd probably say that would be the left. I'm not sure the Greens are like socialists. Hold on. Greens, Germany. Let's see. Yeah, well, like the left party does sound too on the nose. They're sus. You know, it's like when you see someone on Twitter and they call themselves like a communist and you're just like, what? Okay. You might actually be, but you're probably not. Yeah, the party has left liberal views, so they're not trying to abolish private property. Was the SPD, Green, and FDP government, the Traffic Light Coalition, and the FDP under Linder was the obstructionist? Well, that tracks. The FDP in that scenario would serve to do nothing but block any actual positive change. The German Greens are the social liberals. Basically, that tracks. Linder just resigned, so that's fantastic. Good.
The Social Democrats, 16.3%. The Greens, 12.3%. The Left Party, 8.5%. The Bundesräte Wagenknecht, just under this 5% hurdle for the lower house of the Bundestag. They're on 4.9%. Same story with the FDP, the Free Democrats, who we were talking about a bit earlier, on 4.7%.
Look, obviously, like, socialism didn't win here. The left getting about 9%, though, is quite good because going above that 5% margin means you actually are part of government, you have influence, and the influence of the left, I imagine, will grow. This is the map of where people voted, and all of the blue are AFD voters, which shows you that we didn't really do denazification well enough, because, I mean, that's just East Germany is all AfD, whereas all of this black is the conservatives, the SDP. I feel like there is a chance, if everything can be arranged on the left with a competent leadership, an actual push to oppose AfD in, you guys call it parliament? The Bundestag, whatever it is. The point of the left here will be resistance. Yeah, exactly, Captain Buggy. Socialism isn't going to grow anywhere for a while. People feel comfortable under capitalism. The job of the left right now is not to be spreading socialism. It is to be stopping fascism, blocking them, slowing them down, as well as trying to get people on our side, like spreading information, spreading safety information, helping people, moving people to the left, and helping people understand that the CDU, the liberals that are running this country, are going to keep losing to the AfD. The AfD gained double its margins this election. Double. That's not a small thing. Denazification works fantastic in the areas controlled by everyone but the Russians. The East was Russian. Well, I mean, that's because we didn't go in there and do it. Up until very recently, Die Linke were going to be out of parliament and did badly in European Parliament elections last year. Exactly. So it's good that they're back in now. Denazification in the West worked how? It didn't really. That's the thing. Look, I mean, it's not like even the Germans are well aware. So this was before the election, and this was meant to be like a funny video, but like understand this is true, and in that there are a lot of people in Germany who casually believe in Nazi stuff because they don't challenge it, but it's not that they want to. They don't want to, but they coddle themselves so much that they incentivize more of this behavior.
Guten Tag from Germany, the country that needs saving, according to Elon Musk. But don't worry, we know what we are doing, and we know who we are.
Again, this is satire.
We are good at inventing long, complicated words, and we are really cool and relaxed. But of course, there's something else.
Arberlin Schultz was an all-around nightmare, sure. The fact that the AfD is growing in power is going to be infinitely worse. Understand
Germans
like what it is they
really
want,
good
you
at
know?
Inventing Nazis. Germany may have lost 1 or 2 world wars, but we successfully turned it into a win. And we became Vergangenheitsbewältigungsweltmeister. We are world champions at confronting our history, a title we've held for 80 years in a row. We won this title by virtue
He's a comedian.
signaling, but with a German twist.
Oh no, I know Arberlin is in Berlin. I just mean like you need to understand what they're planning. It's the same idea of like Americans who think that we can possibly get out of the mess. Like it's too late. Fascism ideology returned to East Germany because it's the side that was raided by capitalists after reunification. No, that's not why. Like the fascist ideology never went away. Now, obviously, like America did have an impact here, but we polled in 1946. There was 1 in 6 Germans who believe, 6% rather of Germans who believed that the Nuremberg trials were unfair in U.S. occupied post-Nazi Germany. 4 years later, 1950, that was 1 in 3 Germans. The thing here is like you need to understand when we left Germany after World War II, obviously like we tried to do denazification, but there was still a lot of people who grew up and who believed in the things that the Nazis believed. They went on to have children, and they tried to raise those children accordingly. Many of those children who were raised by their Nazi parents went the other way. They saw their parents as, like, how could you believe this? This is wrong. And they went towards the other direction. Now, the current generation that exists, the current climate that exists, has erased all of that from history. We now, as a global society, but specifically in the West, coddle ourselves We don't like to think about the things that our countries have done, that our families have done, that like we don't want to challenge our beliefs. And so over time, we get lazy on that shit. East Germany was more serious with its denazification. Really, I was around in the 90s and neo-Nazis was new to me at least. Like, we should have gone harder. We've only narrowly missed Le Pen government in France for a decade now, and Italy is having their... Yeah, exactly. We have Meloni in Italy. Le Pen was this close. Thankfully, the left came together and, like, stopped that. Zach, anti-Semitism runs deeper than just Nazi ideology in Germany. We're going to watch that video in a second because this is an entirely European problem. It's not just Germany.
We are not just signaling
AfD is not a lib party. AfD is the literal Nazi party.
But also to our own guilty conscience. Living in Germany means being constantly reminded of our past. Every day, 24/7, for now 80 years, we've been telling ourselves,
hello, and
never again. Remembrance of the Holocaust is everywhere in Germany, a country...
Oh, no, sorry, I thought you linked another one, but, like, you're right, you're absolutely correct, Zach.
With memorials, memorials, just in case we forget to never forget. Unfortunately, never again didn't come with a manual on how to never again. Our German extreme right party, the AfD, is projected to win almost every fifth vote in our national election this February. The party is called the Alternative für Deutschland, which literally means alternative for Germany, and they will probably become the second largest party in German parliament.
About the actual results. Now, again, this was pre-election, but those results track fairly well, actually.
Out of around half a dozen. Here is what one of the AfD's leading figures thinks of
Berlin
German
would almost certainly
again.
be different, our Berlin. We need a 180-degree turnaround in the politics of remembrance, says Bjorn Hock, who is such a Nazi that you can legally call him a fascist. Like, this guy is the most Nazi of the Nazis. At least in Germany.
I know it's subtle, but AfD's Björn Höcke might sound a bit Hitleresque, which is French for slightly concerning. Höcke recently won a state election in Eastern Germany, securing the first far-right win in a state election since World War II. He, by the way, can legally be called a fascist, as a German court has ruled in one case. So...
like, literally a German court ruled him as a fascist.
Should the rest of the world be worried about a big German fascist comeback?
Yeah.
Jawohl, aber hallo, und zwar so richtig. Yes, you should be worried. Let me explain why. And since I'm German,
Ich spreche klein Deutsch, but I need to do more Duolingo.
my explanation, of course, will be pointlessly complicated and inspiringly brutal, like our traditional German bedtime stories.
Yeah,
For instance,
he has the certificate. Look, I got the fascism certificate. Let me frame it on the wall. Jesus
the one
Christ.
about a boy named Konrad who wouldn't stop sucking his thumbs until they were cut right off. Just for educational purposes, of course. So, the AfD was founded...
Would that not worry you more, Bulletproof Bullet? If the Bundeswehr has been gutted, that means that there's new dynamics of power that are being created. Like, this on top of what happened in Australia and what's happening in America, like, there is a worrying trend here. Court ruled that you can call Alice Weidel a Nazi bitch, but only in satirical context, to be fair. Well, I mean, I live in Australia, so I don't have to deal with German law, but Alice Weidel is a Nazi bitch. Is that the Telegraph? This is New York Times.
In 2013, and it primarily opposed EU policies. Then it quickly radicalized anti-Semitism, anti-Muslim, anti-migrant, anti-establishment, anti-mainstream media.
The greater issue that I have is because of AfD's greater influence now, how much is this going to prevent Germany from being able to help shore up Europe's defense from Russia?
The AfD worked and works the authoritarian playbook. And now they are twisting the truth by hijacking our world-renowned, beautiful German language.
Yeah, it's going to snowball, exactly.
Vogelschiss in der Geschichte.
Vogelschiss in der Geschichte.
of birdshit in German history. That's what one of the AfD's founders called Germany's Nazi past, meaning the Holocaust was just a speck of birdshit in our overall...
That's insane to say. I don't know how that's not illegal in Germany. Bulletproof Bullet, you're assuming that the liberals will not continue to be weak, right? Just a little bit.
Successful history. Success, of course, meaning constantly losing world wars. So far. When Elon Musk, the man who would never salute Nazis, recently interviewed AfD's chairwoman Alice Weidel on X, she gave another vibrant example on how AfD mastered blatant truth twisting.
This is, by the way, the same tactics the right uses in every other country. This is just going to get worse. This is the same thing that happened in America. If they don't, like right now, they don't get to have any part in the coalition, right? We get the CDU, the SPD coalition, they're excluded from it. The AfD is just going to build up more and more and more and more and more resentment in the population. You can't make this problem go away just by beating them in the election and just barely not forming a coalition with them. You know what I mean? Like, there has to be more to it than this. Okay, nearly laughed at the Germans' jokes. Fair play. Yeah, sometimes they can be funny. Speaking of German Nazis, do you know about the NSU's killer some years back? I wonder how international that went. No, I don't remember that at all. And yes, the amount of racism in America right now, in England right now, in France right now, it's all over. Like, the entire Nazi movement is built on racism that is traced back to the Syrian civil war. Almost all of it. We should give them power and then let them screw up harder than the SPD. No faster way to reduce support. You mean accelerationism? Look how that turned out for us.
The biggest
success... Nazis don't stop if you ask them nicely. The only way you make Nazis stop is with a rope.
After that terrible era in our history was to label Adolf Hitler as right and conservative. He was exactly the opposite. He wasn't a conservative. He wasn't a libertarian. He was a communist, socialist guy.
Why not?
Like, literally, like, it's ridiculous. It's shame them. Be mad, like, be mean to them. Exactly. The fact that, like, this is still a talking point of, like, oh, just because, you know, they were national socialists, which means they're leftist. People are so fucking stupid. It literally, you just have to open one book and see what they did to, like, labor unions immediately taking power. But nobody reads history. Fascism is growing due to capitalism. Hopefully we can utilize this to our benefit because liberal democracy fucking sucks. It's dying anyway, Captain Buggy. This is the outcome. You're not wrong. Fascism does come from the decay of capitalism. Now it's a matter of whether we decide fascism is where we want to go, or if we want to pass through the decay of capitalism and create a better system. Elon Musk and friends doing the communist socialist salute. Yeah, essentially. People say a lot of things. Actions will tell you who they are. Yeah, people just yap all the time. I'm done even being nice to Republicans. There's no excuse if they're defending this shit. Again, in person, if someone comes up to me and they seem nice, I'll just, like, I will be nice to them. Online, fuck it. Comedy, Roman salute in Bundestag when? I'm taking bets like 25, 26, pre-2030. I will say 26 for a salute in the Bundestag. It's not Fed posting time. When you have anarchists marching in solidarity with MLs, you know shit's getting real. That is true, but still not Fed posting. This chat is not where you organize rebellion. That's how you get me put in jail. But, today, I learned that Weidl's grandfather was a Nazi judge and member of the SS since Jan 1933. You only just learned that today? Because, like, yeah, that is true. Alice Weidl's grandfather was a Nazi judge, member of the SS.
Try a 180-degree turnaround from the truth. Let's try. But these obvious little rhetorical tricks are actually effective, thanks to one special German way to cope with our past. Geschichtsvergessenheit.
Geschichtsvergessenheit. Geschichtsvergessenheit.
Geschichtsvergessenheit means actively forgetting our, let me put it this way, ambiguous past, despite the endless memorials. Because honestly, having to confront your own history can be really, really exhausting for us Germans.
Leftist Leo, yes, and we haven't even talked about Krasnov yet.
But Geschichtsvergessenheit is not a concept the AfD just recently invented. In 1952, for instance, Konrad Adenauer, one of the founding fathers of our modern democratic Germany, signed a Wiedergutmachungsabkommen.
Okay, that's a hard one. Wiedergutmachungsabkommen. Wiedergutmachungsabkommen. That one I just utterly butchered. Sorry, y'all.
A reparations agreement. Yet
yes, the SS means super
German
communism.
Word. And did you know, also a pretty common girl's name in Bavaria? Ah, there's little Wiedergutmachungsabkommen.
Did I not say it in the V? I thought, because I know the W is V.
Look at her cute blonde pigtails. Come over, Wiedergutmachungsabkommen. The Schweinebraten is ready in the oven. The Wiedergutmachungsabkommen was our post-war reparations agreement with Israel.
Die Linke is the good guys, but like there are no good guys, Comrade Lenin. We are in an era of everyone is the bad guy.
But most modern democratic Germans have conveniently forgotten Adenauer's real motives.
Die Macht der Juden, auch heute noch.
The power of the Jews, even today, especially in the United States, should not be underestimated. This was the guy after World War II. He was the German chancellor from 1949 to 1963.
Insbesondere in Amerika soll man nicht
Do you guys really think denazification worked if the German chancellor after World War II, 1949 to 63, is talking about how powerful the Jews in America are?
Und daher habe ich sehr überlegt und sehr bewusst, und das war von jeher.
That is why I have very deliberately and very consciously, and this has always been my opinion,
meine ganze Kraft
put all of my energy into bringing about reconciliation between the Jewish and the German people as best I could.
daran gesetzt, so gut es ging, eine Versöhnung herbeizuführen zwischen dem jüdischen Volk und dem deutschen Volk.
In other words, beware. The Jews are still powerful, even though we try to kill them all. So from now on, we better be nice to them. And
That's literally what was just said there. The vegan, why are Die Linke the least bad guys and not the good guys? Because they don't have enough power to be the good guys. To be the good guys, you have to be able to create change. And right now, if they can't create change, they're not part of the good guys. They're just part of the proletariat. They're the Die Linke is the coalition of the left in Germany, which is about 8% of the population. Now, they're good, but, I don't know enough of their policies to say that they are the good guys. But I do know that they're less bad than every other, party that won more than 5 points in this election. Zach, if everyone is the bad guy, then doesn't that make us the bad guys to them? Yes, it does. That's why we're the enemy from within, remember?
then all is wieder gut again.
And you're not wrong, Captain Buggy.
Konrad Adenauer.
God, if Trotsky just never existed, Lenin could have actually maybe been good. All they needed to do was get rid of capital and not listen to Trotsky.
But Nazis never really went away in both Germanys.
Yeah, the Greens
in the 2000s,
are all right.
a neo-Nazi terrorist group murdered at least 10 people. Their racist crimes continued for years because the German public and police could not even fathom that neo-Nazis could be responsible. Instead, they just publicly blamed immigrants for supposedly killing each other. Why are we Germans so blatantly dismissive towards the collective affection for the far right? Partly because in Germany there's a discrepancy between collective memory and individual guilt. We acknowledge our grim past, never again, yada, yada, yada.
This is the key here, by the way. Again, individual memory
guilt. We
and
acknowledge
guilt.
our grim past, never again, yada, 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 but our ancestors, like personally, our families, ourselves, we had nothing to do with it whatsoever.
It's that same mentality, by the way, that like white people in America try to justify, like, oh, well, you know, it's racism against white people because we didn't do anything. It's that same mentality. Green's pretty based on Ukraine, but they want to demilitarize Germany. I hope that changes. The vegan, you know, didn't Trotsky and Lenin agree on most things towards the end? Lenin wrote stuff before he took power that was much more like in line with my ideology of libertarian socialism. And when he took power, capital corrupted him. They never got rid of capital. They were trying to transition to socialism. They tried socialism or market socialism, and it was announced as this is a failure. Trotsky was a snake. Trotsky was an anti-anarchist, wrote a lot of anti-anarchist stuff, and convinced Lenin to kill all of the anarchists, the libertarian socialists that helped them win that revolution. And keeping capital around corrupted both of them, and then on and on and on. And then there was just Stalin. The world is bad like America with slavery and Jim Crow laws? Exactly. Phantom, it's difficult to have a really good party with a 5% threshold and keep parties stale instead of listening. True. This is actually helpful to combat the effects of propaganda, resisting and causing irritation, the anger with those that are susceptible. This helps people stay rational. That's what I mean. Wolf Raza. People need consequences when they do something wrong. When you touch the hot stove, it needs to hurt. So when people act like this, you have to be mean to them. You have to make them feel that shame, that guilt, and then they will actually, occasionally at least, ideally, use that feeling, that discomfort to analyze what happened here and why they feel uncomfortable. Critical thinking is the key to everything. Okay, so my thought was Trotsky went back on a lot of his old ideas and he joined the socialists. Trotsky was never a socialist. Trotsky was another fascist. He just used socialism as a vehicle.
Yes, my great-grandfather was in the Waffen-SS, but he was a cook. And the lasagna he made in Stalingrad tasted like Schuhsohlenauflauf. So basically, he tried to destroy the Waffen-SS from within. Where's his memorial? By virtue signaling to our own guilty conscience, we got rid of our Nazi past. Germans have sworn to never again so many times that it became an empty phrase. And when a new right-wing leader calls for a 180-degree turnaround on never again, we also don't take it seriously because it somehow feels empty as well. Because no matter what we do,
this video is lived up.
Can't be Nazis again. That's the space in which the AfD operates. They can say and do Nazi things as long as they aggressively deny that anyone was ever a Nazi. It's like
God, man, I've been trying to avoid that exact stream for a while, Captain Buggy, because that's going to get so annoying with the tankies. The only way to break brainwashing is if they can convince themselves, can plant seeds, but they need to water them. Exactly. Look. Deprogramming cult members like this is exactly the same as getting a drug addict to stop taking drugs. You have a heroin addict in front of you. They need to want to stop doing drugs for them to stop doing drugs. It's the same with the brainwashing. You know why? Because the brainwashing is also producing brain chemicals. Now, they're different than what heroin would give you, but you believe this shit that you see day after day after day, because as you're scrolling, it's built for your brain to create incentivizing chemical, dopamine, serotonin. You are constantly incentivized to continue on with that thought process, that fear, that anger, that disgust, that rage. That's the whole point. Bro is pro-Israel and thinks he's any better than the Nazis. This guy? Look, I whether or not he's pro-Israel, I don't really care about right now. This video is not about Israel. This video is about the AfD and the German collective consciousness and the cognitive dissonance between Nazism and Germans. That's all this is. If he's saying even fucking Germany of all places has an "it can't happen here" bias, we're doomed as a species. The thing is, yeah, this video is not bad. This guy might be someone I disagree with, but his point here is correct.
Giving the Hitler salute in front of a large crowd of right-wing extremists while denying being a Nazi. It's a narrative that seems to be successful all over the world. We aren't Nazis. We just don't fully support liberty, equality, and the rule of law. We aren't Nazis. We just want white supremacy. The AfD is not the new Nazi party. They just want Germany to be great again. And that's why now in Germany, the Kacke is am Dampfen.
How is this hypocritical at all, Coco Fox? Like, every point that was made there is correct. In fact, you can even bring the Israel side into it. The entire point of this video is that Germans have this cognitive dissonance between they feel guilt constantly. They've been taught to feel guilt for the Holocaust, so they have this, like, we need to not be Nazis mentality. We have this anti-Nazi mentality, but at the same time, the Germans also believe a lot of Nazi shit. That's the entire point of the video, Coco Fox. He's not a literal Nazi himself, by the way. There's a difference between being, like, pro-genocide and being a Nazi. Like, yes, the people who are pro-Israel are evil and they're fascists, but they're not necessarily Nazis. A lot of them are. Netanyahu is a Nazi, for example. Whether he's a Nazi, I don't think so, because this video is about literally anti-Nazism. Although he is absolutely pro-Israel. So, like, that's the point. The cognitive dissonance in how can we continue on this pathway while we know that this is wrong is already being applied to Israel. Now, ramp that up a couple notches. That's what's happening. We need centrist libs to be staunch on the far right instead of sugarcoating things. Exactly. You need to be, like, you need to be mean to these people. By the way, Donald Trump over here taking credit for AfD doing well. Looks like the Conservative Party in Germany has won very big and highly anticipated election. Much like the USA, the people of Germany are tired of no common sense agenda, especially on energy and immigration that has prevailed for so many years. It's a great day for Germany and for the United States of America under the leadership of a gentleman named Donald J. Trump. Congratulations to all. Really has to glaze himself there for whatever fucking reason. Which, by the way, I just saw this. This is unconfirmed. I'm looking for confirmation on this. Apparently, they found listening devices inside the Oval Office in the president's desk. But, like, understand the AfD isn't just regular Nazis, right? Like, it's not like, sorry, it's not regular fascism. This is not just, like, pro-Israel regular fascism. There is more to it than this. Oh, by the way, yeah, we didn't cover that yet. Bannon also did a Sieg Heil. We'll cover that in a minute once we're done with Germany.
The far-right AfD is surging.
Which party is conservative? Well, I mean, the CDU is the conservatives, but he was talking about the AfD.
In 5 Germans would now vote for them. Yet, while many insist the AfD are not Nazis, a more unsettling reality lurks just beneath the surface. The party thrives on the normalization of far-right ideology.
Bulletproof bullet, I would worry more about defending your country from Russia. We're gonna, by the way, we have Sergei Lavrov going to Ankara tomorrow to talk with Turkey, so that's going to be really important because the defense of Europe is really dependent on Turkey and Germany being able to stand up to Russia.
And here's the real question. Have the seemingly anti-fascist liberal parties, through their own policies on migration, economic equality and foreign intervention, helped create the very conditions that fueled the AfD's rise?
As the same issue we have in America, the Democrats continue to perpetuate the right-wing shift of the Republicans. As we have in Australia, the Green Party acts as a controlled opposition to block the Labour Party from making any positive change, working with the Liberals, as is the same in Germany. The fact that even now some of the Greens are adopting the AfD positions is that what we call a turning point. This was an AfD politician in 2024, just this year. And I don't know, Comedy, because a troll came in and started arguing.
Today, we're breaking down the AfD's secret and not-so-secret connections to neo-Nazi structures, the role of mainstream politics in normalizing the far right, and why the AfD is only a symptom of something much deeper. Subscribe, hit the like button, and let's get into it. Before starting, I want to say a massive thank you to all those who support the channel on Patreon. All the research and editing takes up a huge amount of time.
You came in here with a claim and with no evidence of it, and I answered you, like, honestly with what I thought. That was me answering another chatter who says that they can't even find your claim to be true. So, like, I don't care.
Difference. Every new Patreon matters.
Motherfucker,
so
America's
check out the
gonna
link in the
invade
description
Gaza.
if you want to support this type of work. Thank you. In 2023, The Spiegel magazine uncovered a secret strategy meeting hosted by the AfD's youth
I
wing.
don't care. I don't care. Genuinely, Coco Fox, I don't care. He's not pro-AfD, which is the topic. Stay on topic or shut up. The idea of Nazis rising up in Germany is nuts. It's a significant issue. My biggest hypothetical is, what if the dictators of the world decide to all work together? It's not all that far off, but it still popped in my head with all things going on. Look, overall, you might want to watch my last couple streams, because that's kind of exactly what's going on. Alexander Dugin, the guy who's Putin's right hand, is talking about how great India and great China and great America need to work together. Why America should have half of Western Europe. Like, why are we watching video after video about 20% party that won't govern? Because it's about the growing Nazi movement. That 20% doubled in, like, vote share within a year. There's Nazis everywhere, growing in power. What do you mean? I really doubt that the USA has the balls to put boots on the ground in Gaza after Israel shit the bed so much. Then you're very wrong. We're literally taking it. Donald Trump has said he will own Gaza, and the Palestinians are not allowed back.
Junge Alternative, short JA. The exact location of the meeting remained secret for a long time. The invitation only mentioned a general area. The guests arrived discreetly. In late February, just over 50 people gathered at Hofrien in Uchte,
I was hoping
Lower
to
Saxony.
hold off the Nazi stuff, but, like, you know, we'll finish this with we'll finish this video, but just because some of you can't seem to process the fact that there are literal Nazis everywhere now. Here's Steve Bannon again. Here's Steve Bannon again.
Is it a strategic partner?
Where are you from?
I was born in Jerusalem. Folks from USSR, so that expelled into real socialism. My question is to you is this: what do you think about foreign aid to Israel? Is it a strategic partnership?
Israel is a partner of the United States, but people in Israel got to understand something. The number one enemy to the people in Israel are American Jews that do not support Israel and do not support MAGA. Okay.
These Nazis are getting way too fucking comfortable. He's talking about how, like, the fact that this guy can do Sieg Heils and talk about, like, the Jews being the greatest issue, like American progressive Jews. They're getting too comfortable. We need to, like, someone needs to do something about these fucking shit. Someone needs to do something about these people. The U.S. is in debate over censorship right now. The right wants no censorship, not even over hate speech. No, you're entirely wrong, future politics leader. The right wants to censor everything on the left, and no censorship for, like, hate speech and Nazis and right-wing misinformation. They want to censor the left very, very badly. In fact, they are censoring the left pretty severely. Saying the word Zionist can get me banned from this chat, from this platform. On TikTok, saying Free Palestine can get you banned. You're so off. They're going to the ICC, probably try to take out the Geneva Convention too, just like a lot of what's going on. You're not wrong. Like, this is, understand, like, just in the past week, we've had world leaders of Europe having emergency summits in Paris. We've had America meeting with Russia in Saudi Arabia over a war that America is not, like, over the Ukraine war. This is drawing lines in the sand. This shit is prep for World War III. Now, I don't even like saying that. I hate the idea of, like, doom-monger World War III. And I don't think that this is, like, end of the world shit either. No one's launching any nukes. None of that shit's happening. But this is getting really serious. Like, I mean, countries are going to start getting invaded and lines are going to start getting drawn up kind of serious. We're heading back in time. Hopefully we won't get all, but something will give. He said he wants Canada, Greenland, Panama Canal, Gaza. Alexander Dugin is talking about how America should take Western Europe, like Spain, France, England.
to discuss the Roaring Twenties. One speaker was a certain Peter Steinborn, former leader of the youth wing of the neo-Nazi party called NPD. Another speaker was Dominic Asch,
Things
a
are getting
JA
really fucked
leader
in America
who often
too.
wears
We'll
a
see
Thor's
that in a
hammer
second.
around his neck, and who gave a lecture on meta-politics, in which he explains how to occupy the pre-political space to shift German discourse to the right. The AfD has been talking about this strategy openly for a long time. So why the secrecy? To understand, we must go back to the beginnings.
Oh,
The emergence-
by the way, future politics, just so you know, J.D. Vance's book got canceled because it was DEI. So yeah, the right doesn't want censorship.
Of the AfD was a direct product of the international
All right, we
financial
are back
markets
now with
crisis
our-
in 2010. Founded in 2013 by neoliberal economists and conservative elites, the AfD was initially a response to the euro crisis, much like other far-right, so-called Eurosceptic organizations in Europe. These so-called professors opposed the EU bailouts, not because they disagreed with the disastrous measures imposed on more dependent European countries, but because they wanted to protect German capital from weaker economies like Greece.
They want to steal money from neighboring countries, is what that really says.
But as global capitalism continued to unravel after the shock, the AfD adapted. By 2015, with
for
the
the sub,
arrival of
MK Tar.
refugees fleeing imperial
By the way, guys, please go and drop a like on the YouTube stream as well. Look, understand here something, right? Shock was a really key word here. What we are engaging in regularly, day after day, is the politics of the shock doctrine.
Without
This is like Iraq war level politics. Now, we're gonna leave Germany now. We're gonna jump over to America. Understand the kind of position that we are in now. Here is an American hero, actually.
Unfortunately, it's clear that this council does not listen, so instead I'm going to take my time to say what MAGA has stood for these past 3 weeks.
Understand, Republicans are also standing up.
MAGA stands for trying to erase trans people from existence. MAGA stands for resegregation and racism. MAGA stands for censorship and book bans. MAGA stands for firing air traffic controllers while planes are crashing. MAGA stands for firing the people overseeing our nuclear arsenal. MAGA stands for firing military veterans and those serving them at the VA, including canceling research on veteran suicide. MAGA stands for cutting funds to education, including
American
for
hero.
disabled children. MAGA is profoundly corrupt, unmistakably anti-democracy, and most importantly, MAGA is explicitly a Nazi movement. You may have replaced a swastika with a red hat, but that is what it is.
It's a 4-hour video. I'm not watching it.
I will now engage in the
How about
time-honored
you watch my stream, future politics leaders?
American tradition of peaceful civil disobedience.
Get the heck
Without objection.
Get out.
Oh, holy shit, yeah, 570.
Unfortunately,
Thank you for the 570 followers. Look, we're gonna keep going. First of all, let's have a look at this is a IRS worker, or was an IRS worker.
I mean, it was an illegal firing. My performance was good. I was doing everything I was supposed to be doing. I was even one of those government employees that went every day of the week. I had to report every Monday through Friday, 7 to 3:30.
By the way, I'm about to show you like the economic stuff, the MAGA being upset at like their loss, how this is affecting them, but we haven't gotten to the extremism yet. Like shit's getting dark and bad.
That was my tour duty, and that's what I served. And
we'll get there when we
here
get
I
there.
am.
There's a lot to cover today.
I was a Trump supporter. When he talks about government waste and all that, yes, I'm behind it. I believe.
By the way, I agree. There is lots of government waste, but what they're doing is not rooting out waste. They have actually not produced a single bit of evidence about anything so far. So
There is a
it's
lot of
just
stuff
stealing
in
your
the
money
government
openly.
that needs fixing. And that's part of the reason why I actually wanted to work for the government, actually.
That's based
to help change the things that are wrong in the world, you know?
Firing pro-Trump IRS workers is extra based. I mean, yeah, but like, again, this guy worked at the IRS because he wanted to make change. There is actual issues in our system, but that's not what Doge is doing. They're just stealing from you.
And I thought that someone
absolutely,
with like his
Ali
business
Travels
acumen would
understand something. They want a recession. They have openly stated that they want a recession. But obviously, MAGA doesn't tend to hear the actual news. They hear what they're told from, you know, their propaganda sources. And then so you get responses like this. My daughter is losing her job thanks to Doge. I voted for President Trump 3 times. My daughter is a hardworking, excellent worker at the Menacee National Forest. She doesn't work for DEI. She runs the office. I'm pissed. My daughter's not black. Why is she getting fired? That's basically the point here. She doesn't work for DEI. It means like she's a white person. I'm still laughing at the fact that MAGA hasn't understood that the largest recipient of DEI is white women. Because think about it. Put yourself in the shoes of an evil corporate man, like you are a CEO of a company, and the government is telling you can't just hire all white men. You need diversity. You have been put a quota of you need 2 people on your staff that are not white men. Who are you going to hire? White women. Duh. If you're a racist piece of shit, why the fuck would you hire anybody but white women if you're not allowed to only hire white men? That was the next step. That's what existed. And now that's gone. And so the white women are the ones that are suffering from that. Sounds like they want government welfare for their daughter. Get a real job. I mean, like, I don't want to make fun of them too much because it's not like they're not evil. They're just unaware and act stupidly because of that. Fascism does not exist in a void. It needs a desperate disenfranchised population to feed off of. Now, in modern times of Western neoliberalism, we have disenfranchised people everywhere. It's the shock doctrine. Again, you're exactly right, Jimmy Normandy. They want to put you in a state of shock. Go read Naomi Klein's The Shock Doctrine. Go see how we functioned during the Iraq War. They want you to be in a state of shock, to be afraid, to be paralyzed, stuck in a way that you can't react, that you are afraid, that you give in, that you give up. And that's how they win. That's their entire goal. They want you to feel hopeless. That's the whole point. Hold on, I'm just lining up some links to bring up for this. And one more. Unawareness is a form of evil. It's a banality of evil. Being stupid isn't a defense. Try it with the police. No, but see, Bulletproof Bullet, normally I agree with you, but when it's manufactured, when it's being pushed on you, that you don't have a choice of your awareness. And like, future politics leaders, what money do you get from the government for playing what DEI game? What kind of like delusions are you basing this off of?
So listen, we've heard a lot about skyrocketing utility bills across the United States, right? It's about to get a lot worse. It's about to get a lot worse.
All schools are about to lose their funding. It's about to get a lot worse.
And I'm going to show you why.
Economic populism is the key.
You can do some things to reduce your energy consumption through this period.
I need to pee. Listen to this man give you some good advice while I pee, and then we'll come back and we'll keep going because he does have good advice.
We're going through right now. If you can figure out how to do that, you could save yourself quite a bit of money. Electricity and gas is about to get real expensive. Not forever, but for a while. Natural gas prices in the United States are up 27 cents today. That's pretty significant. Almost 8%. Almost 8%. Look at that. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Not for you. So what's going on with natural gas prices? Well, we have about 2.3 trillion cubic feet of gas in storage. That's below the 5-year average. We have fallen below the 5-year average. We are about 250 billion cubic feet of natural gas below the 5-year average. If we get below the 5-year range, right? So we're below the average, but if we get below...
Oh, perfect. Perfect spot I wanted to pause this video on. God damn, I'm good with timing. Okay. So
below the range of the average, that's when natural gas prices can really skyrocket.
all of
and
your
this
goods,
week, we are having
all of them,
unbelievable
are going
cold
to get more
temperatures
expensive.
across
The tariffs are only starting to hit now, and we're putting new tariffs in place as well. Stuff is getting more expensive because they want to cause a recession. Now, when the US screws up their gas supply, who do we have to invade to get gas for Germany? Saudi Arabia. Bulletproof bullet. Go take out the Saudis. That would be great for the world, really.
the entire country. Asphalt is failing in North Dakota, right? This is not good for future utility bills. Natural gas prices are up a lot today because there is a storage inventory report coming out on the 20th, and
Which
they're
is
seeing
a couple
something.
days ago.
They're seeing something. It's the weather.
Everything's getting worse, guys. Everything. This is a caller from C-SPAN. Sorry, I'm gonna put a couple more links in place here. This was a guy who was on insulin, and his insulin was just $6 a month because Joe Biden put in place a law that made it so insulin was cheap. And what did Donald Trump do on day one, on his very, very, very first day in office? He undid every single thing that Joe Biden did, including the insulin costs. Essential items will be hit hard, things you need like energy, gas, and food. Go stock up now. Get some beans, get some rice. Like, shit's gonna get difficult in like a week, guys. This is not... We're not just watching it happen anymore. It's happening to us now. All of us are being affected. You're not, like, none of you, unless you're like $50 million net worth, are getting out of this unscathed. Which, by the way, if you are someone who has $50 million, please drop a sub. My sub numbers dropped like half in the last couple weeks because the month's been up. So don't forget to do that. And let's hear how this man feels about his insulin.
Yes, ma'am. I'm calling from West Virginia, and which was a red
and you're
state
right,
for
Coco
Donald
Fox.
Trump. And they have a place called down here Public Debt, and a lot of my neighbors would vote for Trump. They walking around scared, crying, nervous, and they were forever Trumpers. But on a personal note, I'm a diabetic and I'm on Medicare. And when Joe Biden was in there, my insulin was $6 for a 28-day supply. I just went to CVS to get my new supply. It went back up to $80, they said, because the American Recovery...
$6 to $80. $80, guys, for this man's insulin. For the thing that he needs to live. Which was $6. Joe Biden did that. Joe Biden made that $6 for him. Let me get the cat. Beautiful boy. Hi. Mwah. Say hi, Frank. Mwah. He was gonna try and jump out the window and go for a bird. Now he's mad because you're not allowed to eat the birds, are you? Mwah. God damn it, now I have cat all over my face. Blech. We just had our electric bills doubled in January 1st where I live. Last summer, my electricity bill was like $600 a month in July and August. I used to budget $300 a month for all the utilities. Now I'm lucky if it's not $800 for gas, electric, and water. Jesus. Cat is named Frank. The cat is named Franklin Delano Roosevelt. I don't know. I'm weird. I got him from a shelter. I adopted him. He was 5 when I adopted him. He's a little demon. Constantly cuts up my legs and shit because he likes to hunt. What's up, Greg? All right, so now we move on to some town halls. Republicans have been voicing their opinions lately as well.
We're not in a cult. Not as a party.
Elon was going to be the main topic tonight, and he's going to continue to be the main topic tonight because we are all freaking pissed off about this. You're going to hear it and feel it.
Tyranny is rising in the White House, and a man has declared himself our king. So I would like to know, rather, the people.
The most Southern accent, Jesus Christ. I would like to know, rather, the people would like to know why we have a king.
Would like to know what you, congressmen, and your fellow congressmen are going to do to rein in the megalomaniac in the White House.
When you talk about tyranny, when you talk about presidential power,
remember, these are Republicans,
having the same
guys.
discussion with Republicans when Biden was elected. The funny thing is, you're sitting here and a lot of you would probably say those January 6s who are yelling just as loud as you, who are upset just like you. We're supposed to have great balance and power. We are.
Yes, this guy is against school lunch and in favor of child labor. That's true.
You can disagree with me all you want, but I'm just telling you the way it is. And I get that you don't agree with me and you think I'm not telling the truth. Unless they're lying to me, and you can say they are. So who? Okay.
What is the expected outcome of Canadian tariffs?
Most of the tariffs
Who's pulling the strings on this one? Nobody. This is Republicans yelling at Republicans.
Immediately lifted because they conceded.
It is a voter suppression law that you signed on as a sponsor of, and I want to know why you're scared for me to vote.
Ah, yes, we haven't got to that yet. The SAVE Act. The SAVE Act, where it's going to limit women's voting rights. We'll get to that in a minute, but
not scared of you, vote.
What I dislike is this is not showing he is nervous about re-election. That's because there is no re-election. Arberlin, yeah, the SAVE Act. We'll get there. It's in all of this.
I'm a voter. The reason why I say as of this moment, because I'm also a married woman who took my husband's last name.
All right, okay, since all of these are going to include it, I suppose you have to go over the SAVE Act really, really quickly, because I guess that's what they're mad about, which, fair enough. So the SAVE Act is new law. It's supposed to get rid, like the point of it is to stop non-citizens from voting, which they already cannot do. So what this law is going to do is it's going to make it so to vote, you're going to need 2 IDs, your passport and your birth certificate, and your last name must match on both these IDs. So if you get married and you change your maiden name and your birth certificate has your maiden name on it and your passport has your married name on it, then you are not allowed to vote based on that law. What's up, Cheeseburger Merv?
Stop. You're about to hear all kinds of things about a bill called the SAVE Act. The context here is that congressional Republicans are trying to take away the right to vote for a ton of people by saying they're going to stop non-citizens from voting. Here are 5 things you need to know about this bill. Number 1, non-citizen voting is already illegal. If they try to vote, they will be deported. They know that. Number 2,
Not good,
the
Cheeseburger
bill
Merv.
makes registering to vote much harder for millions of Americans, of U.S. citizens.
No, they think things out very well. This isn't an accident, guys. This is the point. You guys understand that, like, taking away women's right to vote is in Project 2025, right? You know that's what they've been doing. They've just been doing Project 2025.
This bill would require additional paperwork, like a birth certificate, that a lot of people don't have on hand. Number 3, if you changed your name, like for a lot of women who get married, you could be blocked from voting altogether. Number 4, the SAVE Act would make it...
Vegan, you know.
You can go and yell all you want, but I can't understand 10 people, let alone 100 people.
Not the president.
You guys think that the law matters? You know everything that they're doing is illegal, right?
Doing us a disservice to set that down and not stand up for us. And
How many of these people in 2 weeks are going to be back to being pro-Trump because they went home, opened their phone, took another hit of their drug, which is their brainwashing, and then went back to normal?
And I'm going to go and stand in front of you and take your question.
Yeah, this is about healthcare because they're also going after Medicare. That's gone as well.
To show up, Congressman Tonko, we will show up. In DC.
Please do, show the fuck up.
It cannot be. We have to take the gloves off.
Greg, the momentary MAGA lucidity is good as long as we can use this momentary lucidity to get through to them. This is like, you need to be out there right now talking to these people. Go to your town halls. Go to your city hall. Go find out what the schedule is. Go to these meetings and talk to these people in person. Go engage in your state politics, in your county, in your town. Go run for fucking office. Like, things are going to be really bad for a while, but that doesn't mean that some of us can't still acquire some kind of power.
We can't live for protocol. They're not playing by the rules. We have to take it to them. When I saw you at those places and I saw you next to Maxine Waters, again, I was so proud that my representative was on the front line, right there. But I thought about Jimmy Carter, and I thought about John Lewis. And I know what John Lewis would have done. He would have gotten arrested that day. Make them outlaw you. We will stand behind you. We will be there with you. I will get arrested with you.
Based. We're all going to take a walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be right there with you. And we're gonna all protest together, and we're gonna save our country. And I will be right there with you. Now walk to the Capitol. Unironically based, you know. Worse before it gets better is referring to how bad things have to get before people are ready to change. Well, yeah.
No funny intro.
It's getting there.
No fancy words. Just one factual statement.
God, I love this man's accent.
But we do not now, nor will we ever, have kings in America. Not next Tuesday. Not next November. Not on the 31st of February.
February.
Now look,
honestly, it is kind of your constitutional duty to fight against a tyrannical monarch. That's kind of why you have the Second Amendment. Now, I'm not saying you should do anything, but like, it's kind of the point. Do you think a landslide victory in 2026 is going to be engineered, or will they actually leave it to chance? Oh no, it's engineered. The plan going forward is to make a nationalist party that's going to come out and say, both parties suck, the Democrats are weak, the Republicans are pussies, be a nationalist. They're going to be using left-wing anti-billionaire rhetoric from the right to try and convince left, like, leaning people to come over to the nationalist party. Like, it's all part of the plan, including the King comment.
I hear you. History is kind of hard.
You guys realize what he did before the King comment, right? You know that, like, law doesn't exist anymore. Because before the King comment, he went on a press conference with Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, and said that any interpretation of the law that differs with the opinion of the President or the Attorney General's interpretation of the law is wrong. So it's whatever the President says is real. That's the law. Period.
February. Never. Now look, I hear you. History is kind of hard for the cosplatriots that make up the Coppertone Cowards cadre of cronies, but that is kind of how we formed our country.
Damn, man, you got
if
words.
If you feel otherwise, well, opposite a friend, off is the direction in which I wish you would fuck. If you feel the need to defend Dementia Don on his aspirations, do me a favor. Take that argument. Turn that sumbitch sideways, shine it up real nice, and stick it straight up your ass. Here, let me break it down just a little bit more crystal clear so you can't say you're confused. If you support Donald Trump, if you support Elon Musk, if you support the Republican Party at this point, you are not a patriot. You are an enemy of America.
True.
Keep the motherfucking boots out of your motherfucking mouth, and remember that the golden rule will always remain yeehaw, fuck the law. I love y'all. I'll see you down the line.
I think I wasn't even looking at the beard. The accent got me, but like, he's right. If you support the Republican Party, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, you are an enemy of the state. You are an enemy of America. Keep those boots out of your motherfucking mouth.
Enemy of America. Keep the motherfucking boots out of your motherfucking mouth, and remember that the golden rule will always remain yeehaw, fuck the law. I love y'all. I'll see you down the line.
We're getting to a point where things are getting so serious that it's impossible to ignore. Here's Governor J.B. Pritzker on like this is probably the most effective thing that a Democrat has done so far.
I just have one question.
Of course we freeze.
What comes next? After we've discriminated against...
Wait, is this too quiet? Because I have a different copy of this video and it's on like max volume, so I can't make it louder.
All the immigrants and the gay and lesbian and transgender people, the developmentally disabled, the women and the minorities.
Yeah, no, this is too quiet. Sorry. Hold on. Let's get the less quiet one up.
And I'm going to show you some of it. I'm going to show you about 3 minutes of it. And I know this is a little bit of a weird thing to put up something, and
As some of you know, Skokie, Illinois once had one of the largest populations of Holocaust survivors anywhere in the world. In 1978, Nazis decided that they wanted to march there. The leaders of that march knew that the images of swastika-clad young men goose-stepping down a peaceful suburban street would terrorize the local Jewish population, so many of whom had never recovered from their time in German concentration camps. The prospect of that march sparked a legal fight that went all the way to the Supreme Court. I do not invoke the specter of Nazis lightly, but I know the history intimately and have spent more time than probably anyone in this room with people who survived the Holocaust.
This speech literally gave me goosebumps, man.
The root that tears apart your house's foundation begins as a seed of distrust and hate and blame. The seed that grew into a dictatorship in Europe a lifetime ago didn't arrive overnight. It started with everyday Germans mad about inflation and looking for someone to blame.
Does that sound familiar?
I'm watching with a foreboding dread what is happening in our country right now. After we've discriminated against, deported, or disparaged all the immigrants and the gay and lesbian and transgender people, the developmentally disabled, the women and the minorities, once we've ostracized our neighbors and betrayed our friends, after that, when the problems we started with are still there staring...
You guys realize that very, very soon you're going to be incentivized to turn on your neighbors, right?
...us in the face, what comes next? All the atrocities of human history lurk in the answer to that question. And if we don't want to repeat history, then for God's sake, in this moment, we better be strong enough to learn from it.
What are we doing right now that we can attribute to history? Well, we have camps. We're doing mass deportations. We are sending both undocumented immigrants as well as legal U.S. citizens to camps in other countries or off U.S. territory. We are openly genociding trans people in this country, where like every ability to go outside, feel comfortable, access medication has just been stripped away. What else are we doing? Oh yeah, we're taking away women's right to vote. The vegan, Australia is a real country, but I really hope the Chinese don't take us over either, because the Chinese are not a good country. Like, China's not good. China's better than America now, but China's not good. China's not socialist. We're doing this shit. We have the jackboots. We have they come to your house in the middle of the night. They're kicking your door down. They're grabbing you out of your house. They're grabbing kids out of schools, grabbing kids out of churches. They were already here.
Is to the Constitution of our state and of our
We don't
country.
have a constitution anymore.
We don't have kings in America, and I don't intend to bend the knee to one.
Thanks.
If you think I'm overreacting and sounding the alarm too soon, consider this. It took the Nazis 1 month, 3 weeks, 2 days, 8 hours, and 40 minutes to dismantle a constitutional republic. And all I'm saying is that when the
It's been a month for us. Remember, take that again.
3 weeks, 2 days, 8 hours, and 40 minutes to dismantle a constitutional republic. And all I'm saying is that when the
So basically, we have about 3 weeks to prevent, at most, we have 3 weeks to really prevent them consolidating power. As scary as this all is, so far there are still lines in the sand. They haven't crossed any of the open floodgates. Everyone figuring this out too soon. They'll be outnumbered. It's a chess game. Well, that's what I'm saying. Right now, the reason we're not seeing, like, we have protests, right, out in the streets. We had Donald Trump saying he would shoot protesters with live rounds. Why are they not doing it? Because they're consolidating. They are allowing everyone to live in this mentality of everything is going to continue on normally. Give it a couple more weeks. Kash Patel just got like confirmed as both the director of the FBI and the ATF. So like, we're getting there, man. We're getting there. Like, economically, we're fucked. Socially, it's getting terrifying.
I read the other day that if the world's 10 richest men lost 99.99% of their wealth, they would still be richer than 99% of the global population. Maybe I'm just a liberal
Those are the people, by the way. Those rich people. Those are the ones that are the issue. That's it.
Lunatic, but that's fucking ridiculous.
All of the Nazis exist because of the efforts of these rich people.
You're telling me that kids starve to death, that there are people homeless on the street, and that universal health care is just out of the goddamn question. Also, these fucking rat fucks get to sleep on their bed of gold at night? Fuck that. And somehow it is always the same conservative shit for brains who are raised in blue-collar households talking about how they...
Genghis Khan. Because they say that they're Nazis. Okay, from this point forward, any argument in this chat that the Republican Party, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, that group of them, are not a Nazi will just get you insta-banned. I don't care. I'm sick of it. They are openly Nazis. Here's what's happening to women, by the way. So, there are places in the country that serve as a tactical testing ground, places where you can see the future before it arrives. Coeur d'Alene, Idaho is one of those places. I've written about it before. Today, men without badges detained a woman for speaking during a town hall. Dance and teal, yeah. Proud PPG, they're also talking about the Jews again. What's up? Being a Republican does not make you a Nazi. You saying the Republicans aren't Nazis? That'll get you banned, though. If you want to test me, test me. Give it a go. Yeah, I'm censoring the Nazis. Goodbye. You think that I'm against using authoritarian means to fight authoritarians? Because you got another thing coming. I will literally do the Nazi shit to the Nazis and no one else. That's how you deal with Nazis, by the way, is you do everything they want to do to others, but to only them. This is a town hall where this woman asked a question. You understand that, right? This is, you think you have speech? You think that there's no censorship? This is a woman at a Republican town hall, a white woman, who spoke up and now she's getting arrested. By the way, they actually arrested her too. Like, she bit one of them while they were arresting her, so now she's being charged. Like, This is what we've become.
We're just taking care of the rabble rousers.
Here's a clear. This is in Idaho. This is a future, a glimpse into your future. This is America. Very, very soon.
And we're just taking
Yes, nobody stands up. Ghost Pepper, nobody stands up and does anything, and that's the problem. Because in a real country, everyone would have stood up and pushed these guys off. If she did something wrong, sure, then like everyone would help. But the fact that these people just sat and they watched her, hyper-individualism is killing America. It's killing the world.
care of the rabble rousers. And eventually what's going to happen is everything's going to settle down, and we'll get back to hearing the legislators. Because really, you didn't come here to listen.
Thank you, PPG.
I just happen to have a nice
Goddamn, I haven't realized that there's like 50 of you watching 60 of you watching right now. Holy shit. Can I be funny? Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes. This is where you need people power, though. Right now, the people in front of her, the people behind her, that woman is literally watching. Like, she is watching. Do something.
And I can talk over all of you. And I can just talk for on and on and on. And look at this. This little girl is afraid to leave.
Wait, I don't know if that is talking about her.
And look at this. This little girl is afraid to leave. She spoke up, and now she doesn't want to suffer the consequences. Isn't that the problem that we're struggling with so many of the kids today? Is they want to behave.
I'm almost positive they're talking about her. Did you like catch how they're calling her a little girl? Like it is ew, it's pedo shit, but it's also Nazi shit. But all of that ties into the infantilization of women. We're here. She's arguing about the SAVE Act taking away her right to vote. So I've been stuck at work for a bit, kind of behind. Did Deutschland turn into the Third Reich? Well, I mean, it would have been the fourth, but no, thankfully not.
And then not struggle with the consequences. That is shameful.
It is. It's exactly that, Arberlin and Greg.
Is a situation
fucking Tucker Carlson.
These folks are trying to filibuster and shut this whole program down. Unfortunately,
people are cowards. They think doing nothing will keep them safe, but the more you just sit there and let fascism take over, the sooner it'll be your turn. Exactly. Get the fuck out on the street, guys. Stop watching. I'm not even in America. Otherwise, I would join you. If you live in America, go out. There are protests happening every day. Every day. It is literally your constitutional duty to resist against a tyrannical monarch. Okay, so he is talking about her, Jungler Wind. Okay, that's what I thought.
You came here to hear the legislators. I applaud you for sitting there and quietly listening. I promise we will get back to you. In the meantime, we've just got to be a little aggressive with some of these folks here.
I will call the
Here. Oh, no, I should be removed. I should be allowed to cry and yell and scream.
Do you hear him he's making fun of her for this? These people are demons. These people are demons.
I should be able to allow you.
Like people like him. The people watching are just empty. Soulless vessels.
Don't touch her. This isn't excuse me, Sheriff Norris. This gentleman is assaulting me. You out now. This man is assaulting me. You out now. Let's go. This man is assaulting me. Is this your deputy? Is this your deputy? No.
By the way, all of you need to take that woman's energy and apply it to your life every fucking day. That's who you have to be outside now. Be the person making the scene. Be the Karen. Be the one that causes the commotion that everyone pulls out their phone for. That's how they did this. That's what you have to do. What's up, Colinola? Nova. Yeah, and yeah, it makes my blood boil too.
These are deputies. Who the fuck are these men?
So how about that? Hey.
Michaela, don't call them creatures. That's like the Ukrainians calling the Russians orcs. That's just like one step in the right direction and towards the right. You need to remember the voters are 75% of them are just retarded. Brainwashed idiots that don't know anything that they're talking about, that don't see reality. The other 25% are literally Hitler. But you can't just call them creatures. So these are real people. You don't have to worry about bringing them over. Don't try and message to MAGA. But don't form this this hatred for them, you know? I keep seeing these infantilizing women as the first step to turning them into property. This is true. I see no badges on Breaking Arms. One of these guys does have a badge. I did see it. I think it's him. I think he has the badge on his, like, So you people are gonna stand up, but you're not gonna go and do anything? You're not even gonna try and touch her? Like, yeah, okay, you'll get arrested too, but what about everyone in this room? You stop this? They're gonna arrest all of you?
We know the government has been mismanaging money for decades.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, this is just Nazi shit then.
Just cooperate, it'll be 100 times better.
Yeah, that's what they say to rape victims, you fucking piece of shit. You refuse to identify yourselves. Who are you?
True.
Who are you?
Damn, this woman is based. If you cooperate, it'll go 100 times easier. Yeah, that's what they say to rape victims, you piece of shit.
Today, and I applaud them for doing so. Thank you for coming. But the problem is,
Those are liberals, not the left, Obijan. Look like that. This is straight up Nazi shit. This is where we are as a country. All right, little palate cleanser for a second. Did you guys see that JD Vance's book got banned for being too woke? He was bending her band to try and hurt her to force her to comply. Yeah, her hand. That's what they do. I mean, that is how you're meant to kind of do that. But like, yeah, that's what police do when they're trying to arrest you, is they twist your wrist so that they can get your hands behind your back and they can cuff you. But she did nothing wrong. She was in like her seat. She was talking at a town hall and they took her out of the building with like no evidence, nothing. You don't even get a lawyer if they don't want you to. If they decide, there is no law, guys.
Our worst of the week. This time it is the severe GOP book bans that often target and censor diverse authors who write about marginalized communities. The latest potential victim of this movement, JD Vance. Yes, you heard that correctly. The vice president's infamous memoir,
We're about to get to
some
of the worst stuff. So
is one of more than a dozen titles that have been removed from schools serving the kids of the U.S. military service members across the globe. It has not been outright banned yet, but the book has been flagged for a compliance review. It turns out that Vance's account of growing up in a white working class family contains profanity. It contains references to LGBTQ plus community and some passages that briefly celebrate diversity, at least enough to conflict with executive orders issued by the Trump administration. DEI has become MAGA's favorite boogeyman. We all know that, but haven't things gone too far if Trump's own vice presidential...
Do you understand how crazy that is? That the vice president's book got banned because it was too woke. It fit into the category too strongly. That's wild, right? Well, like it didn't get banned all over the country, obviously.
Book is deemed too woke. Jason and...
Okay, that was just the little palate cleanser while I got everything lined up. So we had CPAC this week. And, I mean, really, some of the worst possible people were there. Just genuine evil monsters. And we can have a look at just how bad things are going to get. So, first things first. I suppose you should see this. Now, I wonder... The third term project for Trump 2028 and beyond. Do you maybe pick up some ideas from this? I don't know. Like the fact that Trump has put like Caesar, maybe the eagle symbol, the symbolism of how everything's laid out, the color scheme. It seems to me a little bit like maybe this is a theme, you know? Maybe this is the dog whistle type thing that's meant to call to a very specific group of people to support them. Is that in the White House? No, this is at CPAC, the conservative... it's just a big conference of all of the conservatives. This is where all of the Republicans were. This is where they were holding like speeches all weekend. I don't know if Caesar was a sex offender, but like, yeah, this is where we are.
Donald Trump is not violating the Constitution. Donald Trump is restoring the American Constitution. Donald Trump is the living embodiment of the American Constitution. Donald Trump is
the living embodiment of the Constitution. It's literally a Nazi rally, yeah.
Embodying the values of our founding fathers for the first time in a long time in Washington, D.C. President Trump came up.
The Fourth Reich Project, actually.
And he found the destiny of the American people lying in the gutter. And he picked it up with his bare hands and he yelled, "Fight, fight, fight!" And the American
This must hit, like, this must really hit if you are 5 IQ.
people delivered their mandate to him and put it on his head.
Thank you for the
And
sub.
as President
Much
Trump
appreciated,
himself
guys.
said just a few days ago, a man who saves his nation violates no law. That is the
So we're sticking with that, eh? Trump is the king. A guy who saves his nation violates no law. Does that mean that if for example, a Luigi scenario happened, does that count?
nation violates no law. That is the way forward in America. Donald Trump.
Building a historical mythos, getting rid of degenerates, seems familiar. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? This kind of does give off some vibes for you. Trump is not destroying the U.S. Constitution, yet the U.S. Constitution can no longer be found on the U.S. government website. It doesn't exist, guys. Bat guys. Donald Trump said the only law is the correct law is whatever is the interpretation of the perceived truth of the president. Whatever the president or the attorney general says, that's the law. That's it. That's it. I just don't get why Republicans target people like me for cuts when I did nothing to them during Trump's first presidency or my whole life. It's because they hate everybody so special. It's not about you. They just want to steal all of your money and my money and everyone else's money. It's not about who you are. Right now, it's about money. This is what's coming next.
Fight, fight!
You know, the autism just sparking out of Steve Bannon over there. He couldn't help it. They want all of your money and they want to turn you into the slave class. That's exactly true. That means literally sending trans people to camps is officially illegal. Just a simple passport reminder for my lovelies. I guess so, yeah. Like, we have gotten to the point where it's just unitary executive theory. What does Congress do? Nothing. The last bill that I saw passed from Congress had one line on it. It was, this is what's happening. It's just like, it was the Department of Education cancellation bill. One line. The Department of Education is, like, gone. That was it. That's the bill. It's just unitary executive. We don't have a Congress anymore. We don't have tiers of government. We just have the one. Remember last year when Donald Trump said, vote for me and you'll never have to vote again? I wonder what he meant by that. Yeah. Here's Bannon after that salute, by the way.
I was born in Jerusalem. Folks from USSR said that expelled into real socialism. My question is to you is this. What do you think about foreign aid to Israel? Is it a strategic partnership?
Israel is a partner of the United States, but people in Israel got to understand something. The number one enemy to the people in Israel are American Jews that do not support Israel and do not support MAGA. Okay, MAGA and the evangelical Christians and the traditional Catholics in this country have Israel's back. They have the Jews' back. The biggest single enemy to the Jewish people are not the Islamic supremacists. The biggest enemy you have is inside the wire. Progressive Jewish billionaires that are funding all this stuff.
Okay. Again, no, it's not, he's not insane. He's a Nazi and they're getting comfortable. But he's now able to go on talking about the Jews. You know, the American Jews, the progressive Jews are the real enemy. It's worse than the Muslims. It's the progressive Jews. The fact that he's able to even just talk about this, like they used to just say Soros to mean Jewish. They used to have to dog whistle to say Jewish billionaire. That was what Soros meant. It was Jewish billionaire. Now they don't have to dog whistle. They can just start talking about the Jews. The billionaire bit added in there because, like I said, the goal is to try and recruit from the left to the nationalists. That's the whole point. And billionaires cannot, like, there's no such thing as a good billionaire at all. It's been normalized. And by the way, like, here's some of the other evil people at CPAC.
Do you actually work for ICE?
No, not at all. Nope.
Explain the outfit.
It's $29.99 on Amazon. I would recommend buying a small if you're my size. This one's a little too loose for my liking. But yeah, if you want some entertainment, wear this and go to a Home Depot in a sanctuary city like where I live right now, Washington, D.C., and you'll see all the illegals. Not all of them, but you can maybe see a lot of them start to run away. And you feel like a group fitness instructor. It's really good.
That shit's fucking disgusting.
And you actually think that's funny?
I think it's hilarious. Absolutely. What's not funny is them illegally...
There you have it, everybody. One of the worst people I've seen here at CPAC, and that's saying something. Appreciate it. Do you actually...
Like, this is what they think is making America great? This is all they care about. You guys understand, right, that the right only cares about identity politics. They complain about wokeism all the time, but that's all they care about. That's it. That's all they have is identity politics because they don't understand anything further. I wear my MAGA hat and I make the brown people uncomfortable. Ha 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 ha. That's all that's going on in this guy's brain. It's the fucking monkey with the symbols. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah, but like that doesn't count. Like, that's fine. You're not going to get arrested for that. We've had cases of people pretending to be ICE and using that to rape women. Okay? Do you think that these people are getting charged? No. They're not getting charged. The courts don't exist anymore. Remember, the only law is the interpretation of the law that is in line with the opinion of the president and the attorney general. That's the law.
Actually work for ICE?
No, not at all. Nope.
Explain the outfit.
It's $29.99 on Amazon. I would recommend buying a small if you're my size.
Okay, and now we get to some worse shit. Alabama bill for executions by firing squad advances in state capitol with concerns on lethal injection. But if the bill passes, inmates who committed crimes before November 23rd, 1992 can choose between a firing squad or the gas chamber. Hey guys, we're building gas chambers. Hey, that's not concerning at all. Because, you know, we never had gas chambers. But we do now. Retired Judge David Duncan was commissioned by Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs to review lethal injection protocols. The proposal, known by state legislature, aims to ask Arizona voters. Wait, I thought this was... Oh, it is Arizona. Sorry, I thought this was New Mexico. In the next general election to vote on the state constitutional amendment that would allow firing squads as the way to execute prisoners, replacing lethal injections. The measure specifically states that inmates who committed crimes before 1992 can choose to die by firing squad or gas chamber. The measure would only affect state executions in Arizona. Again, like... This is all test runs. It's like how we're doing the conscription requirements to finish high school in Oklahoma. It's like how we're doing the let's rent out prisoners as slaves to corporations in Alabama. These are all testing grounds for further policies, for future policies. The autopsies tell the story of the Okay, that's fine. Well, like, we have gas chambers that we're putting these folks into. That's it, you know? I feel like shaking my head and say America deserves what they voted for, but I know that this is not the fault of the people. It's a decade-long cultural propaganda campaign, and Europe is next. Yeah. Yeah. Next, we have legal people in the United States being detained by ICE and sent to Guantanamo. Fun.
Y'all better buckle the fuck up because I have a story for you about my neighbor who was just detained and sent to Guantanamo Bay without
You're not wrong,
due
Jimmy
process.
Normandy. You're base as hell.
This
Guys,
is
by the way,
Elvis
join the Discord.
Martinez Gonzalez. And the photo that you see here is the same photo that is on file with the US government when they were granting him asylum in the United States. So it all started when he went for a walk in a park that I am not going to disclose the location of. I will just say it was in San Antonio, Texas, where this happened. My neighbor is from Venezuela. Now, he is here legally with a valid work permit, and he was here on asylum that was granted to him.
Remember, by the way, like, you're not allowed to claim asylum anymore, except South Africans are for some reason.
His court date to appear in front of a judge for the very first time for the asylum case was going to be in 2027. Therefore, in the meantime, while he's waiting and is on temporary protected status, even though it's set to expire in April because he has a court date, he could still be in the country legally and work legally.
He has a court date that's not far off. This could, like, why even bother?
So
because
that already
because of
misses
hate.
Anyone who was going to say, well, he was here illegally. No, he wasn't. He was here legally, the right way that you all want him to be here. While at the park, he was approached by Texas state law enforcement, not local law enforcement.
Phantom, it's allowed as long as you call it the Gulf of America.
In San Antonio, but the state of Texas.
2 years is not that long for an immigration claim.
English, obviously, as his second language, but it was enough to get by, hence how he was able to get hired for a job, which he paid taxes at that job. And when you're walking in the park, I don't know, when's the last time you thought, let me bring my binder of paperwork with me just to go?
Even if you had your paperwork, that doesn't guarantee you shit. They'll just take it, and then they'll pretend that they didn't take it, and they'll say, give me your paperwork again, and you'll say, but you have it, and they'll say you're lying, and they'll arrest you, if they want to. That being, you know, oh, as a South African expat, South Africans are sometimes the weirdest people. Well, I mean, like, look at Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. They are kind of running the world. The entire reason that we have this white South Africans are allowed as asylum seekers to the United States is because Elon Musk is mad about the end of apartheid. Or they will take it, suspect that it's fake, and then arrest you. They might just, like, throw it in a bin and arrest you. It doesn't matter. If they want to arrest you, they can arrest you.
To the park. Because he could not provide the necessary documentation to show that he was here legally at the exact time while he was in the park speaking with law enforcement who approached him. He wasn't doing anything. He has zero criminal record in the United States and in his home country of Venezuela. He ends up here in state detention. While he is in state detention, he is not able to communicate with the family. The family just
a lot of this is familiar, Batgaz.
He hasn't come home yet. What's going on? They are not communicating. So they start calling around. They call their attorney only to check the Texas penal records and see that he is listed there as...
They're going to start defining white more clearly soon, that vegan, you know, just so you know.
Detained. The family was given a bond to get him out of jail, which they paid $2,700. And once they paid that, the state of Texas has 3 days to release this individual. They released him at 5 a.m. on the 6th day, on a Sunday at 5 a.m., except they did not release him to his family. No, they released him into federal custody, into ICE custody.
As in, they don't care about the law.
So now, here he is, detained at the El Paso Detention Center for Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. Again, not having had committed
sent to the camps. No crimes, just off to the camp you go.
And still has not had due process or even a chance to show his documentation that he was here in the United States legally.
They don't care. We have gone after Native Americans. Native Americans have been arrested by ICE.
Family travels to El Paso to go and ask to see if they can speak with him or even just see him, only to find out that he has been transferred to Florida. He is in Florida. And what's near Florida? If you guessed Guantanamo Bay, you are correct, because that is where he was sent shortly thereafter.
How you sound matters as well if you have a thick accent.
He had been communicating with the family, and today it is Thursday, February 20th. The last contact that he had with his family through an app that charges you 25 cents to be
4 days ago. There's no update from
and
this.
charges you about $5 for a 5 to 15 minute phone call.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They can't access him anymore. He doesn't show up as being someone who is in the records anymore. They have not had contact with him in 8 days as of Thursday, February 20th. They last were able to speak with him on the phone because he would call like clockwork for 2 to 5 minutes.
I had a package. Look, there's no update on this. This is just how it's gone. This is what they'll do to any of you. None of you are safe. It doesn't matter if you're white. It doesn't matter if you're rich. If you don't have $1 billion and you piss them off or they dislike you for any reason, this is you. You're not safe if you're white. You're not. You're safer if you're white. But that doesn't mean that you aren't going to you might not have to face this. This could be you at any moment in time.
Like he was allowed to up until February 12th. During this entire process, he has not had an opportunity to prove his innocence. He has not had an opportunity to speak with a judge. He has not had an opportunity to...
By the way, Lake and Riley Act, that's why we took away your right to due process. Like, he's not going to see a judge. We don't need to do that. We took that right away.
Show his documentation or even be looked up in the system that he is here on temporary protected status, which means that you cannot be deported to the country of origin if you are under that status. So to everyone who thought that they were deporting the bad guys, no. They're deporting innocent people and not giving them due process.
That was the whole point. It's almost like we spent a lot of time warning that this exact thing was going to happen, and now it's happening. Yeah, I live in LA. Rarely do you see La Migra here before. Now they're seen regularly. I hope you're walking around shouting La Migra every time you see them. Oh, by the way, we fired the director of ICE because he wasn't deporting enough people. By the way, again, remember, this is their long-term plan. Keep it in mind. We deported the ICE director for not deporting enough people. Sorry, no, we didn't deport him. That would be very funny. We fired the ICE director for not deporting enough people. Although, you know what? We should just deport him too.
Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now. So, Julia, I understand you have some breaking news about the acting director of Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. What should we know?
Yeah, Zincle, this is really all part of the same story, and that the Trump administration has been very upset and frustrated that they haven't been able to get the number of arrests and deportations to the number that Trump and his border czar, Tom Homan, were hoping for. And so we understand that Caleb Vitello, who was put in place to be the acting head of ICE, will now be reassigned. His future is unclear, but we understand he's not necessarily being fired. He's just being reassigned within ICE while they look for someone else to take the helm of this agency that has come under so much pressure, not only for not getting those deportation numbers higher, but also for media leaks. That's something that Trump and Homan have definitely been sounding the alarm about. They think that the agency is leaking too much information about those operations.
And Julia.
Okay. First of all, like, this administration has been leaking like a sieve since the very beginning, and that's not going to stop, because when you do evil shit, people who still have at least like a smidgen of a soul sometimes feel bad and then they leak shit. Jimmy Normandy, get that message out there, sister. You're not at the table, you are the table. True. And genuinely, I think if you fail as ICE director, the punishment should be you get deported as well. It's only fair.
Yeah, let's talk about the border. Mexico, we know, is deploying some 10,000 troops there after President Trump threatened tariffs on Mexico. Is that having an impact?
All right. That's a whole different story. We have 15,000 troops at the border. This 10,000 number is off. We have 15,000 ready at the U.S.-Mexico border. We're going to invade Mexico quite soon, just so you guys are aware. By the way, this happened last week. ICE prosecutor in Dallas runs a white supremacist Twitter account. The Observer has identified the operator of Glomar Responder, an overtly racist social media account, as ICE Assistant Chief Counsel James Roden, based on the overwhelming number of biological details matched through publicly available documents and other social media activity, and courtroom observation. So yeah, there you go. You know, we got white nationalists running ICE, which is totally not even remotely shocking. But then this happened today. This one kind of freaks me out. This one's pretty bad.
Trump just ordered the Justice Department to delete the police misconduct database, and they just did it.
The police misconduct database has been deleted. As in, every crime that a cop has committed that has been recorded, gone. The police now have no oversight. None at all. They can do whatever they want. The barriers have been taken off. The training wheels are being taken off. Within a couple weeks, they're going to... Like, again, remember, the Nazis took 1 month and 3 weeks to consolidate power. We're about a month in. Give it another month. They're going to start, like... This is how they're doing it. Like, I'm not... I don't know if I'm crazy, but like you can see this, right? You can see the shift from our regular system to slowly moving it to the right. Get rid of this, add this, get rid of this, add this, move along, get rid of this, add this. That's what we've been doing. Think about everything we've lost already. Send me a link to that story in Dallas later. Yeah, sure, we'll do.
Trump just ordered the Justice Department to delete the police misconduct database, and they just fucking did it. Do you understand how fucking... The police misconduct database, right, is a federal database where the worst police officers who have committed the worst crimes, who have been... You know, in America, police officers will commit a crime.
PPG. Interesting. We'll get to that.
In one police department or one state, and then go to another state and get hired. That's a thing. We know that. Okay.
And yes, they also took down the child predator database, or in some states earlier. They also made it so like they reduced the power of like school boards to do sexual assault prevention and investigations, and they also removed every barrier to sexual assault in the military. They just hate women as well, but like this is everybody. This is the police now are the SS. They've turned the police into the SS.
Federal police department database, misconduct database has always existed, right? That's for the worst versions of those guys, so that no police department ever will hire them again. Like the worst of the worst, the Nazis, the literally any police officer who forces himself upon a woman gets convicted, makes it
which
to that
happens
list. Now that list is deleted, those same men, now that it's deleted today, those men can go and apply to jobs at any other police department, and they will get them. Ladies, maybe this needs to...
They're the we're gonna get the predator side. Literally one of the, like, in the first week they made it easier to rape women. That was like in the literal first week, Wolfraza. They changed the laws around sexual assault prevention and how like liable you could be.
To sink into white women. White women. Those policemen that come when you're drunk and handcuff you when you're really drunk. In New York City, I remember the police officer that forced himself, that took that woman back home and forced himself into her. When he gets released now, because of what Trump did, he can get hired in New Jersey.
That's disgusting.
This is a special message. Aisha, if you're watching this, you gotta, I'm serious, whatever we had planned, we gotta accelerate that shit. We gotta leave this country.
You gotta leave, guys. Honestly, get the fuck out. If you're looking for resources to leave, come join the Discord in my resources for safety section. I have some tips on like coming to Australia, seeking asylum. If you have any Irish heritage, you can go to Ireland. If you have English heritage, I'm pretty sure you can go to England. Although I'm not sure how much better off that's going to be. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I mean, if you're not leaving, then you gotta fight, you know? Trump calls media outlets that don't report on him favorably a threat.
Up. I watch this MSNBC, which is a threat to democracy, actually. This.
By the way, guys, drop a sub or a dono, because I need to be able to keep doing this, and times are getting tough. I really hate asking for money, but drop me a sub, please. Thank you.
They're stone cold mean, but they're stuttering. They're all screwed up. They're all mentally screwed up. They don't know what. Their ratings have gone down the tubes. I don't even talk about CNN. CNN's sort of like, I don't know, they're pathetic, actually. But MSNBC was mean. Their ratings are absolutely down. This Rachel Maddow, what does she have? She's got nothing. Nothing. She took a sabbatical where she worked 1 day a week. They paid her a lot of money.
Remember that Donald Trump has been in office about 32 days and he spent 12 of them golfing? Hold on. 33 days and he spent 12 of them golfing.
She gets no ratings. I should go against her in the ratings because I'll tell you, she gets no ratings. All she does is to talk about Trump, 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 Trump. All different subjects. Trump this,
Thank
Trump
you for the
that.
bits.
But these people are really, I mean, they lie. They shouldn't be allowed to lie every night. They are really a vehicle of the Democrat Party. They should be paying. Is that Gordon? Yes, is that Gordon? The great.
Like, literally every accusation is a confession. Every single one of them. Here's an actual Democrat, I don't know, saying something useful. Kind of like J.B. Pritzker, the only other one.
What's it going to take for us
Loudly,
to
at
wake
least.
up? And when I say us, I mean this entire body, to wake up to what's going on here. Is it going to be too late? Is it going to be when the president has accreted all this power and the Congress is an afterthought? What's it going to take? I mean,
They shouldn't be allowed to lie. I've been literally saying that for a year now, So Special, but directed at them. You know, it used to be illegal for politicians to lie, and we changed that. It's not anymore.
Offenses keep piling up, and as I said, leaving it to the courts, number one, is a cop-out, and number two, when the vice president said something, I can't remember exactly what he said, but why should we, the court should not have the power to do this, and of course the president over the weekend famously quoted Napoleon, when you're saving your country, you don't have to obey any law. Wow, a president of the United States quoting Napoleon about not having to obey the law.
You want to know what they think about the law? Well, first of all, Libs of TikTok. Stacey Abrams scam uncovered by Doge. Doge found $2 billion in taxpayer money designed for a fledgling okay. Again, Doge has found literally nothing so far, like literally not a single piece of waste, fraud, or abuse that they can verify, not one. But now it's being directed at elected officials. This is Democrat Congresswoman Stacey Abrams. Oh, look, you know what? It's not just her. It's also Robert Garcia. By the way, it's Elon Musk going after both of these people. Prosecution for the crime of criticizing Elon Musk. The U.S. attorney in D.C. is coming after him on a CNN interview, claiming that his words could be a threat to Musk, who apparently is now classified as an appointed representative of Trump. What did he say? At this time, I respectfully request that you clarify your comments. During a live interview with CNN, you asked how Democrats can stop Elon Musk. You spoke clearly. What the American public wants is for us to bring actual weapons to this bar fight. This is an actual fight for democracy. Like, I mean, the Jimmy Normandy, that's the plan. They want to bankrupt the company because then they get to steal it. It's like a crypto rug pull. Meanwhile, like, the guy who's actually in charge is high as balls. Now, again, he's indoors, it's nighttime, and he's wearing these sunglasses. Probably thinks he looks cool, but, like...
If you got to protect the First Amendment, it's not much more important than that.
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of criticism, and people said, well, that proves he's a huge idiot from a, you know, like, look, you know, he voted for whatever, $44 billion, and now it's worth like 8 cents. And
you can barely, he's high as shit, by the way. Like, if you've ever seen somebody high and listen to them talk, you can tell the difference.
$44 billion, and now it's worth like 8 cents. And
it's not worth 8 cents.
But you know, there's the, but the, yeah.
And long leg Homo sapien, we could have thrown Trump in jail. The Democrats didn't want to. Joe Biden came into office and told his staff, I don't want my presidency to be defined on persecuting political opposition. They didn't want to.
To, you know, buy freedom of expression.
He's, like, obviously, like, you can wear sunglasses inside and just be a douchebag, but, like, he's high. Fat guys, they have found literally zero evidence. That 150-year-old thing is not real. That's not real. That's fake. All of it's fake. Not a single thing has come out of Doge that has been any kind of waste, fraud, or abuse, or any kind of wrong, weird. He's found nothing. Everything that they say is a lie. The 150-plus-year-olds getting paid, that's not real. It's not real. Meanwhile, this guy is the president. Why is he so fucking soy? Oh, Trump did a Nazi salute too? No, I didn't see that. We've covered Bannon doing it, but I didn't see Trump doing one. You want to send me the link to that? Because this is what I saw from Trump.
What do we like better, Crooked
Again, in 2024.
Joe or
5.
Sleepy Joe? Ready? Ready?
This is after he has won the election.
Ready? Crooked Joe or Sleepy? Ready? Crooked Joe. Sleepy Joe. Gotta stay with Crooked.
Why? Why? Like, it must be wild to have that much of your mind space occupied by somebody who doesn't matter. Elon Musk was an illegal immigrant to the US. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. He absolutely was an illegal immigrant. He overstayed his visa. His brother admitted it. I'm just going to give you a little bit of a refresher. Oh, I forgot. This was posted by Elon's daughter. Elon was too busy doing this than responding to Grimes about his very ill child. Yeah, he's been being a really shit dad on Twitter all week to like several of his baby mamas.
A Nazi loser, an asshole, fat slob. A Nazi loser, an asshole licker.
Both of you must be keenly aware of how much I love to stick my tongue up your assholes.
An uncensored interview that will shock you.
I'm getting really good at eating Elon's ass, but nobody eats ass like you do, Sean.
Tonight on the Anal Lingus channel.
Damn, Fox is really stepping up their game. I mean, like, that looks interesting. I would watch that. And just to show you how much of a shit dad Elon is.
We don't have too many, but that one is a good one. Now I watch this rocket come down.
Just leave your kid and keep walking.
We don't have too many, but that one is a good one. Now I watch this rocket come down about...
What kind of parent just leaves their kid? There's a part where Trump talks about the Panama Canal and shows the Atlantic Pacific in different levels. I don't know. I don't care. They're all Nazis, man. They're all Nazis. Who gives a shit? Like, which one is doing the salute? All of them. They're all evil. Oh, by the way, here is Milei with his fucking chainsaw that he lent to Elon Musk. Now, if you don't know, when Milei ran for election in Argentina, he ran with the idea of this chainsaw. He was going to use it to cut the government. Milei literally did Project 2025, just so you understand. He came to America. He asked the Heritage Foundation for help. They gave him the booklet, like Project 2025, Mandate for Leadership, rather. He took it home, and then he did it. And poverty went up 50%. I mean, good luck with that, long leg Homo sapien. It seems like the right is kind of gaining power everywhere, not losing it. But, like, they're ANCAPs. They're stupid. They just steal from the people. There's going to come a time eventually where the public will not be okay with it anymore. It's just going to be whether or not that's too late to actually mount a defense or not. Oh, great. I can't play this because of copyright music. But there's Elon with his dumbass fucking chainsaw. That's what he's doing to the government. I mean, it is accurate at the very least. They are just taking a chainsaw to it. Meanwhile... Oh, yes. Actually, this first, real quick. Jesse Waters thinks Megyn Kelly should be president.
I'm more interested on the Republican side. J.D. Vance did a great job the other day in Europe, and he's probably got the advantage. I think Megyn Kelly could be president. She is very smart. She's a great debater. She's got a good family.
I hope soon, Lappins. All right, we're going to watch two things. One, we're going to watch, I need to think of a funny nickname for Tom Homan. He looks like a golem, like an actual golem. But, like, this is bad. This is his whole speech at CPAC, and it's not great. Like, if you guys want to skip this, I'll put a poll, because I gotta go pee. You guys want to skip the Holman video, just like vote skip on it. And we can go do something else. But that's the plan for now. All right. I'll be back in a second. All right, let's see. Trump literally called Megyn Kelly some period blood shit. It blows my mind that she fell in line to support Trump. Now, of course, they all support Trump. All right, I suppose we can skip Holman. Look, I did get the vibe. We have a lot of other stuff to cover anyway, and like it's 15 minutes of listening to the most Hitlerite shit in the world, so fuck it. Yeah, just go look at Project 2025. So let's talk about how they're going to cut your Medicaid and your food stamps. That sounds more fun, doesn't it?
President Trump has endorsed a House budget plan that would make sweeping cuts to Medicaid. Under the proposed budget bill, roughly $880 billion would
also,
be
thank you, Infallible Fowl. That's actually awesome.
For Medicaid. And $230 billion would be cut from the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program known as food stamps. The president's endorsement on social media came just hours after he said he would not touch funding for programs like Medicaid.
Literally hours after. So, like, understand that. Like, please, if there was some of you in here that think that, I don't know, that these people don't hate you. Look how much they hate you. Hours after he says the thing.
Provides health insurance for Americans with limited income. Dr. Celine Gounder joins us now. She's a CBS News medical contributor and editor at large for public health at KFF Health News. So, doctor, what more can you tell us about who Medicaid serves?
So Medicaid covers people who are low income, so low income households. It also covers pregnant women, children, and people with disabilities. And about 1 in 5 Americans are covered by Medicaid. So it really does account for...
So as in, they're going to harm 1 in 5 Americans. What's 1 in 5 of 350 million? Oxpecker, we should at some point address the circumstances of people, often those around ages 18 to 28. They're in a living situation in which moving out of state or country will require some very extreme decisions to be made that'll likely, send their family members into hysterical panic or involve packing up and leaving with no idea exactly where to go or taking a chance and squatting at random people's houses. All of the above. A bunch of people are having issues identifying square one. That's a really good point, Oxpecker. Look, as someone who in their mid-20s packed up and left the it was 2018, I just packed up my shit and I left the United States. It is not easy. It's also really, really hard to do alone. You want community. You want to, if you need to leave your state and you just go anywhere, somewhere you don't know even, because I've done this. I moved to Colorado without knowing a single person in Colorado. You have to, like, the very first thing you need to do is to make connections, is to socialize, make friends, build a community, because there's a lot of things that come with moving that aren't exactly, like, clear. They're not first in line. They come after you've actually started to settle in. And a lot of those are very difficult to do on your own. You want people around you. If you're trying to move to a different country, finances are a massive issue there. Getting out of the country, if you're trans, for example, with your passports, might be an issue. There is a lot to go through there. It's a good point. We'll have to like think about that kind of stuff and have discussions about it, because I don't have an answer for that. But it is an excellent point to make. There's so many new things to know too. Need a local buddy. You're like 10. And this is why I've been saying building community is the key for a while now. It is like the most important thing you could do. It's what you need. Doing this alone is not feasible for most people.
Huge
especially under these circumstances where your healthcare for 1 in 5 people are getting cut, where your food stamps are getting cut. You can't afford shit anymore.
Of health insurance coverage. And
meanwhile,
to go even
everything
further,
else raises in
almost
price.
half of kids are on Medicaid. About 40% of all pregnancies are covered by Medicaid. So it's a really important program for women and children.
Quite startling statistics there. What would be the overall effect if these cuts were to happen?
Well, we're talking about huge cuts, right? Over $1 trillion over 10 years, over $800 billion from Medicaid.
That's essentially the entire budget.
Different ways in which this could play out.
One more time.
Over $1 trillion over 10 years, over $800 billion from Medicaid.
Give me U.S. federal budget. Yeah, that's basically the entirety of Medicare. Or Medicaid, rather. Wow. I have family members with serious mental health issues that need to be medicated. Who the fuck knows what they're going to do if RFK starts banning all psychiatric medication? Well, long live Homo sapien, RFK's plan at the very least is when he bans psychiatric medication is to open up wellness camps. So, like, you know, do with that information what you will. But remember, we're talking about $1 trillion cut from Medicaid, where Medicaid is 15% of this $4 trillion, $4 trillion budget. So, like, that's pretty much all of Medicaid gone. Other countries should start doing their mercy flights to allow anyone wanting to leave the USA. Yeah, we'll get there, hopefully, soon.
There are a few different ways in which this could play out. So one is that you could see the federal match for Medicaid go down. So what proportion of the total cost? Right now, it's about 80%. That's 70%, excuse me, that's covered by the federal government. The states account for about another 30%. But let's say the federal government gives less, you're not going to be able to cover as many people. One of the concerns is Medicaid expansion, which added about 20 million Americans, low-income Americans, to the Medicaid rolls. That may have to be rolled back in some states.
No, that will be gone. I'm telling you that right now.
Because they can't afford to continue with that. Another proposal has been work requirements. And by the way, most of those low-income people who are added through Medicaid expansion, they actually do work. It's people like
98% of them work, actually. 98% of them. Also, not laws. Calling me V just like hit me with a feel because I've been playing Cyberpunk 2077 all last night.
Who work at Walmart and so on, who do not get health insurance through their jobs, who are basically being covered by Medicaid. So work requirements are another way that they are looking at trying to get people off of Medicaid.
Except all of these already exist. She's just narrativizing. They're just going to kick these people off Medicaid. That's it. That's it. I remember just 2 months ago, everyone was acknowledging that the health insurance CEO is essentially mass murder. If these politicians cut Medicaid, how many will they be murdering? It's a very good point. The world is bad. This is literally mass murder, but like we're also the country that's talking about how we're going to invade Gaza and Donald Trump's going to own it. And we're going to invade Canada, Mexico, Greenland, Panama, possibly Western Europe. Like, we don't care. Unfortunately, we don't care as much as we should care. Cat, yeah, I believe the income limit is expanded to for Medicaid is about 30,000 in New York. That's going away. That's going back down. I know on Tuesday, Starmer and Macron are coming to the USA to talk about Ukraine. Can't wait to see how that goes. I'm quite excited about that too. I'm also I want to see how Lavrov meeting with Erdogan tomorrow goes, because Turkey's kind of critical in the case of we're going to build a allied power resistance. I'm on disability as well. 4 vertebrae fused in the neck, lower back injury as well. It's a big gamble to take out disability. The death toll would add up quicker than most. Yeah, it's scary. It's scary, Raza. I genuinely hope that you guys are going to be fine and that they don't, do this. But I think it's time to start thinking about backup plans. Again, like, Australia's a valid option. We do have healthcare that's free, and you can apply for asylum claims here. If you want more information about it, just DM me. Why is Kanye West? Thank you.
And then finally, block grants, where you cap the amount of money the federal government gives, regardless of how many people might need or want to be on Medicaid, and really tighten up the budget that way.
Before we let you go, you and I have spoken before, really at the end of President Biden's term, about this proposal from his administration for Medicaid and Medicare and insurers to help pay for these weight loss drugs. And now it looks like the Trump administration is going to be pulling away from that. What do we know, and what are the pros and cons?
So toward the end of the Biden administration, there was a proposal made by...
They're going to cut $600 billion from Medicaid at minimum, based on the math that she did. So Medicaid is 15% of the $4 billion budget. They're looking for about $800 billion. The, percentage points that she gave out, 15% of this equals about $600 billion. They're going to cut all of Medicare. If they're looking for 8 and Medicare's only 6, can't DM, but I'm genuinely checking out conditions of moving, just cannot hurt. Look, if you can't DM, can't join the Discord, at the very least, I can tell you that, yes, we have Ireland, where if you have any Irish heritage, you can go there. You have England, where if you have English heritage, you can go there. Australia has a likelihood, especially if you're, Discord works too, especially if you are trans or a person of color, that is higher risk. Asylum claims here are much more likely, but you would have to enter the country first to apply for asylum. You'd have to get a tourist visa, come here, and then apply for asylum once you're here, because that's how asylum works. Contrary to what all of the Trumpers believe, you can't, you have to be in the country to apply for asylum, which is the hard part. But there is also the option. There is also the option where you can come to Australia for a year. You can live here, you can get healthcare, but you have to spend 2 months out of that year working on a farm. Just like any farm in Australia, you just have to work 2 months on that farm, and then you get to live here year round. Italy also works for Ancestry, where you could live anywhere in the EU. Pretty sure I've seen ads from a small Italian village that's saying anyone from any country can move here and we'll sell you houses for cheap because they're trying to populate it.
Centers for Medicare and Medicaid. So those are, the two big government insurance programs in the country. Medicare covers people who are over 65 and some people also with disabilities.
Remember, they've also talked about Medicare, and they've also talked about Social Security being on the chopping block. So those are next. Arberlin, if you love farming and whatnot, then join the Discord, DM me. I'll send you the links for that, because lots of people do it. You get to live here for a whole year, and then all you have to do to renew it is just leave the country and come back. You just go to New Zealand and come back. I could possibly find a path, but that puts me in a chair at the top of a hat. There's about 11 million people on disability. Not all even have that option. Don't worry about everyone else right now. Worry about yourself. You got to put your own mask on before you put others. The plane's crashing, emergency. Help yourself before everyone else. If I have family in Australia, does that help? Almost certainly, yeah. If you have family in Australia, you should just be able to get a visa based on that. But if you can't, you can also still apply for the asylum claims. If you have a university degree and you have a job that is considered higher up to I don't know, Western mentality, that gives you a high odds, because we're looking for lots and lots of people who are skilled workers. And then there's the farming aspect. So there's plenty of ways you can come to Australia if you are trying to leave the United States. If you want invalid invite to the Discord. Hold on, I want to click my own link. Sorry, guys. No, yeah, that link should work. Try it again, because it just worked for me. My doctor friend could move essentially anywhere. Yeah, pretty much, cat. Working on renewing passport, but that could take up to 6 weeks, I believe. Possibility to move to a place like Australia without a passport renewal finished updating. Do you have a current passport? I'm Aussie. Why come here? ADD, coming here is better than staying in America, because in America, they're going to die. That's why. They're going to die. They can come here and they can not die.
And they proposed redefining.
I have a passport, but it's expired. You'll need to have a valid passport, because again, you need to enter the country before you can apply for asylum. which means you'll have to apply for a visa to get into the country first.
And they proposed redefining obesity as an illness that
ADD, have you been watching the fucking stream?
Of itself, whether or not you have diabetes along with it or cardiovascular.
We literally covered like people legally in America getting picked up and sent to Guantanamo. We covered women who just ask questions in town halls to their elected officials, getting grabbed and arrested by the police. Then go watch the stream from the beginning. It's been Hitler shit after Hitler shit after Hitler shit. Here, like, if you just got here, let me show you real quick at least one thing. Well, I mean, there was this. But, like, people are not safe. ICE prosecutor, white nationalist, like... No, legal. That was a legal... They were in America legally. They had a visa, they had an asylum claim, they had a court date later in 2 years to get, like, permanent residency. No.
Blocked off from the rest of the financial system.
They're also stealing your money. Understand, right? So far we've covered your health is in danger, your safety isn't, your safety is at risk. People are going to socially attack you now. But on top of this, then we covered how they're taking away your health care, and now this is the rest of your money.
To keep crypto, which has been supremely volatile,
the Lake and Riley Act is how they arrested that guy with no due process and sent him to Guantanamo.
Financial systems that if it crashes, it doesn't bring the entire U.S. economy down with it, requiring a bailout.
Sorry, I don't care about economy right now. I'm sorry. This shit is, like, too dry when we have Nazis everywhere. Like, yeah, you don't have much time. Get the fuck out of the country as fast as you can. And to be fair, on the campaign trail, J.D. Vance explicitly said he wanted to deport... Donald Trump said 2 weeks ago that there are American citizens that should be arrested and deported to El Salvador. American citizens, natural-born citizens, legal citizens. Donald Trump said this a week ago, or 2 weeks ago. Remember those Nazis in Ohio that got chased off by the people who... showed up with their guns and formed their little like militia that had checkpoints? Well, found out some interesting information on that. And yes, I know we have Nazis in Australia too, but much less. Don't tell me to look it up. I've covered it, ADD. Don't come in here and pretend like you know what I know and that you have more information than me. I also live in Australia and I do this for a living. You don't need to go look it up. Like, it's infuriating. You think that I wouldn't know this shit if I'm telling Americans to escape here for their safety? The Nazis here are weak, and it is illegal to be a Nazi here. We've covered on this channel just a couple of weeks ago a Nazi rally in Adelaide that got chased off by the cops on horseback. Get the fuck out of here. People come in here and they think that, like, they just what? Can be whatever. I'm streaming. This is my show. And you think you could just come in here and what? Take over the show? Fuck off.
February 7th. So you're about to see the officer on
They got a police escort to a public school.
overpass first, ordering the white supremacist group to get into the U-Haul and leave the bridge when counter-protesters then arrive. So about 5 minutes later, you could see the same officer walk up to the U-Haul outside of a Lachlan local schools building shortly before kids were about to be released from class that day. Here's the exchange now between the Evendale officer and the neo-Nazi group in the U-Haul, and the one man not wearing a mask you're about to see asking if he can go
at a fucking school
back and pick up his service dog where the protest happened on the overpass on 75.
The correct answer is no, fuck off.
We're trying to figure out a plan to get that.
Yeah, I don't know if we've got to get him an Uber or something. That's probably the best bet, I'm guessing. I don't think anybody knows about
There's a dog. If the dog in there is cool if the dog is in there is cool with me driving it to you guys, I can go and get it. But there's a dog in there. I don't know.
We need to get him. He's my service animal. That's why I really need to get him.
It's my service animal. Fucking woke liberal Nazis. It's infuriating. Australia has its own issues, nowhere near what America's going through. Canada has larger issues, but right-leaning at the moment, IMO. Canada seems to have been shifting more to the left because of what's happening with Trump. But, like, you're right about Australia. It's not like we're fine, but we haven't fallen is the point. You know what I mean? Like, Australia is not, there's nowhere in the world that you can go aside from, I don't know, the middle of Antarctica, where there is not right-wing, like, nationalism rising. But
Hello,
it's not the same.
I'm from the Australian government, here to announce the 2025 federal election.
And I'm from the opposition, here to announce that this will be our last fair election.
That's right, because in the final days of this parliament, we teamed up to rewrite Australia's electoral laws to make it even harder for minor parties and independents to compete with us.
And we helped.
While South Australia made it illegal for billionaires to come and spend a bunch of money in politics, and did it well, created a system in which smaller parties have access to more funds and can have further donations than larger parties so that they have a chance to continue to grow, and that it's not going to result in just the main two parties. Whereas the federal government did the opposite, where it is much harder to pay smaller parties to let them grow, and the big parties are becoming much more like the Democrats and the Republicans in America.
Help ram those laws through Parliament without proper scrutiny.
Nice work, you mole.
Cheers, you cow.
Two-party system. What's that? You didn't know about our dodgy electoral deal? Oh, sweetie, that's just what we were hoping. So please don't watch this honest government ad which explains how it works.
You don't want to know how we've given ourselves even more of your money to help us get re-elected.
A 47% increase to how much the public will pay politicians per vote.
And stacks of
Now again, this was done in South Australia well, whereas the public pays more for the elections because there is there's less private money, except that money is spread in a equitable sense, whereas the larger parties don't get the same percentage of the money as smaller parties do. The larger parties obviously get more money because they're larger parties, but when you account for the size of the party, the smaller parties get a much larger part of that, like, cut of that money in state level. In the federal government, no. Now it's you're just paying for the larger parties. Meanwhile, rich people can also donate to the larger parties. We have issues here. We're going to transition a bit more to Australia, hopefully, as long as World War III doesn't fucking break out. But, like, Australia is fixable. We're not Canada, we're not America, we're not England, we're not France, we're not Germany. Australians have the ability to make change here. We just need to actually do it.
Holes to let us get around the donation caps we've introduced.
What, so our new laws won't actually keep big money out of politics?
No, silly. Big donors can just multiply their donations by our hundreds of branches and entities.
Plus, we legislated a loophole to let us take unlimited money from our multi-million-dollar slush fund. But hey, at least we've taken dark money out of politics.
Except we haven't, as our new disclosure threshold is conveniently just above what we charge lobbyists for a dinner with this guy.
Lapins, that depends on whether or not Pine Gap still continues to function in Australia. I'm curious to see what Australia's direction is going to go with, because again, we're seeing major shifts in global hegemony. America has moved away from NATO and Europe and is becoming closer allies with Russia. We'll see what Australia does. If Europe can coalesce together, my ideal scenario here would be Canada and Mexico have their own trading system that also extends down to South America, places like Brazil, like Ecuador, like Panama, Colombia, a North and South American trade network that doesn't include the United States. I would also like that to connect to Europe. Europe needs to build its own domestic trading networks amongst itself, as well as trade with China. If that were to happen, what Australia would do in that scenario is quite interesting. But again, all of this depends now on just like a handful of countries and the decisions they make and where they decide to draw the line. It's either Europe is going to be the resistance against fascism, or we're not. It's either we're resisting or we're not. I'm just saying you're probably safest. And no, you're not wrong. Australia is probably one of the safest places you can go. We also, Australia is a continent the size of the United States, like the continental United States, but we have a population lower than that of Florida. So if you don't, if you feel like you might be high risk for harassment, then just don't move to Melbourne and Sydney. Go move to a different city. Hell, if you're like an American lesbian, go move to Alice Springs if you can deal with the heat. I say a better change is stop letting MPs take our money for their re-election campaign. For now on, if an MP wants me to pay for them, they can. See, no, here's the thing, Batgaz. I want public funding of elections. I just want it done in the correct way. This is public funding of elections where they steal your money. I want you to pay for the elections, but not so they can steal your money. I want it to be that way so rich people can't come and fuck with the elections. The way that South Australia has done it compared to the federal election. In other words, if you hate meeting people, go to Australia. I mean, kind of, yeah. Although I would argue that you need to stop doing that. That I hate people, that I'm antisocial, that I don't want to talk to other people. That mentality is what's creating this issue that we live in now. It's that problem. It's the same thing.
And our new spending cap?
It'll cap independents at this much, since they only run in one seat, while we can spend as much of our nationwide cap as we like, wherever we like.
Genius.
Kudos to Dodgy Don for convincing you these laws are about stopping this sack of shit, when they're really about stopping healthy competition in our elections.
And just in time, because our primary vote is plummeting, as almost a third of you voted for minor parties and independents at the last election.
Could we win back those votes by being less shit?
Of course. But why do that when we can just rig election rules in our favor?
Now understand here, Labor wasn't shit. Or rather, Labor was shit, but it was the Greens' fault. Labor introduced several legislations that would have actually been good, but in every single one of those cases, the Greens voted with the Liberals against Labor. It's weird, you know? The Greens are controlled opposition here, so like understand that. If you're in Australia, put Labor 1 and then Green 2. You would have had cheaper housing, cheaper electricity, like they were, the NDIS stuff, all of that stuff Labor tried to do, and it was good. It was objectively good. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't enough, it wasn't great, but it was an improvement, and the Greens blocked it every time.
We are two-party system.
There's just one problem. These new laws only come into effect after this election.
And we're shitting ourselves about that.
Because if you realise this is the last election where new candidates have a chance to compete with us, you might vote in this election like our democracy depends on it.
Which it does.
It might even inspire you to support and volunteer for your local not shit candidate.
Like Kaz in Cowper, Alex in Wannon.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Canada might actually go Canadian nationalism and fight guerrilla warfare against the Americans, which would be pretty based.
Nicolette in Bradfield, all of which are our God-given seats.
Or Peter in Franklin, where we're busy selling out Tassie to the toxic salmon industry.
And many
Aussies,
others running
pay
against
attention.
us across
Our
Australia.
elections in May, just like the elections in the UK are.
To end a political duopoly that's presided over widening inequality, ecological collapse, and utter shit fuckery.
You'll find a link in the video description to a list of not shit candidates. You know, ones whose heads aren't up the arse of fossil fuel and gambling lobbies.
Do not click it.
Because if
Remember, I did a video on the fossil fuel company and on the fossil fuel industry having their little Christmas party. So these are the polls here. The Labour Party is not looking good. National two-party preferred vote, we're down 3 points. But, I mean, like, the coalition is up pretty high. It's not looking good for Australia. It's also not looking good for the UK. Whereas Reform is, wow, they gained even more. Reform's at 27 now. So it looks like the UK might fall to the Nazis if you guys don't step it up. And since Germany didn't fall, we really need the UK not to fall. Look, Starmer's been talking about putting boots on the ground in Ukraine, and that's fucking based. I need not to have Reform win in the UK. Batgaz, go out and make sure that nobody you know is voting for Reform. Please do whatever. I don't care if you need to tie people to their fucking bathtub. Make sure that they don't vote for Reform rather. Australia, you might think you're better than America. That is that if the time came, you wouldn't fall for the exact same set of dumb tricks. TikTok, sweeties, you're not wrong. Sundry Clown Car, at least like. We're at least a decade behind America. I've been saying that since I first got here. Australia's like America 10 years ago, so we have some time. Did you guys hear about this? The California fire captain that they used to call a DEI hire was murdered in her home, found with multiple stab wounds, and the police say that there was a desperate fight for survival. This is what happens, by the way. Yeah, when I say people are dying, and then they're like, oh, you're fear-mongering. That's not happening. Like every stream lately, I've been showing like, oh, okay, we have this person died and this person died and this trans person got tortured for a month. I'm like,
There are shock waves across Cal Fire in the city of Ramona after one of their own was viciously stabbed to death.
So we'll show you the view earlier this afternoon as Sky Ranger 7 followed a procession of fire engines as the body of Cal Fire Captain Becky Marotti was taken to the medical examiner's office in Kearney Mesa. NBC7's Allison Ash is in Ramona this afternoon, where, Allison, a tough reality is setting in this afternoon.
Yeah, it really is. It has been an emotional day out here as family members and fellow firefighters learned that one of their own had been murdered in her own home.
Again, when you demonize somebody, when you call them a DEI hire, you point them out over and over and over again, you blame them for the fires that burned down the houses of thousands and thousands of people, which, again, had no responsibility for, in fact, was more than likely saving these houses. What do you expect to happen other than murder? Yeah, well, then we're fucked, Batgaz. If reform wins, then the world is fucked. You guys will go pro-Russia. You'll join the Axis alliance if you get reform. Mark my words. Have I been wrong much yet, Batgaz? Because it seems like every time I make a prediction, it seems pretty close to on the ball. I'm telling you right now, if reform wins, you guys join the Axis powers.
Behind me here, this is where Captain Becky Marotti lived. But last night, this house became a crime scene when she was stabbed multiple times.
Trump can only pardon federal offenses, but, like, the laws kind of... the law only applies when they want it to.
The body of Cal Fire Captain Becky Marotti was removed from her Ramona home, surrounded by fellow firefighters who saluted as she was loaded into the medical examiner's white van. Marotti fought fires in Riverside, was on the hazmat team, and in this video you see her helping fight the Eaton fire in Los Angeles last month. Nearby, friends and family gathered with tears and...
Yo, what the fuck? Elon is losing his mind. Elon Musk, we are on the event horizon of a singularity. We have unlimited ketamine. What the fuck is happening to this man? We are on the event horizon of a singularity. As in, we're gonna make him the president. Like, it's already kind of happening in that, here. Notice how, when the president starts talking, the other one stops talking.
The deficit, all we'll be doing is paying debt.
Nobody's
so it's got to be solved, or there's no medical care, there's no social security, there's no nothing. It's got to be solved. It's not optional.
Nobody's
so it's got to be solved, or there's no medical care, there's no social security, there's no nothing. It's got to be solved. It's not optional. America will go bankrupt if this is not done. That's why I'm here.
You're here to make America go bankrupt. We know. You know, you're with the dark enlightenment crowd. Arberlin probably got his hands on the nuclear codes or something. He's had his hands on the nuclear codes. He got his hands on the nuclear codes when he took over the Department of Energy. He's had them for weeks, Arberlin. I'm getting Thanos Gauntlet vibes. You should be. Ketamine causes abuse, causes hallucination, detachment of reality. Elon Musk has literally locked himself in his office in, like, Twitter headquarters, threatening to like, commit the word that YouTube will get mad at me for saying, and other workers had to, like, they were about to call in, like, a wellness check. We have unlimited ketamine. Yeah, oh boy, is true. It's true. Oh boy is the correct answer. Now, you guys want to see something interesting? So, I am in no way going to confirm this next story, because I don't know. But, I mean, there's a fair amount of evidence coming out about this. So first of all, unrelated to the main story, but still somewhat related, Big Balls, the guy who's running Doge, because remember, Elon Musk is not running Doge anymore. They've officially said he is the special advisor to the president. He is not in charge of Doge. The 19-year-old Doge engineer, Edward Horstein, turns out to be the grandson of a former KGB spy, Valery Martinov, who played a role in spawning 1980s espionage saga, right? So Big Balls is grandfather is a KGB, right? There's that. I joked about this on stream, but seriously, if Grimes calls Texas CPS on his ass for how he's been treating the kid, she might just save the world. You think that Texas CPS is going to do anything against Elon Musk? Are you kidding? So then the Daily Beast put this article out, and they took it down immediately after. I'm assuming people got mad. But I mean, there was a lot of reporting on this. We'll read the actual Daily Beast article that got archived in a second, but this is Alnur Masayev. This is a former head of the KGB back in the USSR days. Now, when we get to the Russians, understand, like, we've already looked at Alexander Dugin and his relation to how Donald Trump's actions and tweets do line up. We have Artem Kushin, which is another Russian asset on Twitter, and he also very much has links to Trump. Artem Kushin was the guy before the election, like before the actual election had taken place, tweeted out a list of cabinet members, like people he thought should be in Trump's cabinet. And that list was almost entirely fulfilled. Then we have, what was his name? I covered him yesterday. You know what? I better just pull up the living source document. I want to have all of the Russia sources together just to show you. But in 1987, I worked with the 6th Department of the KGB of the USSR in Moscow. The most important area of the work in the 6th Department was the acquisition of spies and sources for information among businessmen of capitalist countries. In that year, our department recruited a 40-year-old businessman from the United States, Donald Trump, nicknamed Krasnov. Now, obviously, like, this could just be fake. There's a lot of things that could be in the way there, but let's have a look. So, former Soviet intelligence officer claims this. He was a former Kazakh intelligence chief, made the explosive claim on Facebook on Thursday. He was serving the 6th director of the KGB in Moscow, which was responsible for counterintelligence. So he reiterated the department specialized in recruiting spies and intelligence from the West. More Russian war crimes today, executed POWs on the 82nd Air Brigade. Yeah, I'm not surprised. So, the allegations, while unfounded, add to the ongoing speculation about Trump's connection to Russia. Trump's first visit to Moscow as a real estate developer in 1987, same year, drew intense scrutiny and speculation that the trip was arranged by the KGB for dubious reasons, because the travel agency that was used to book this trip was connected to the KGB. Following this trip, Donald Trump comes back to America, spends $130,000 running anti-NATO ads. This was also at a time where Donald Trump had just lost $1 billion. So the document instructed agents to target prominent West figures. Trump has denied any improper ties or collusions with President Putin. Now, so that is the article. Now let's have a look at some of the files. Well, we have this one. We have Trump's actual file, which I forget Twitter does not like you zooming in like this. Now, I can't read Russian, but there's that. But, you know, he was in Russia. He was in Russia in that time period. And again, he had just lost money. Sorry. He had just lost a bunch of money. And now he's in Russia. And when he comes back from Russia, he spends money. I wonder. There's stuff going on here, you know? Trump lands in the Red Square. The Soviets want him to build 2 luxury hotels. So, shortly after his return, Trump spent nearly $100,000 on full-page newspaper ads criticizing U.S. foreign policy, calling for the U.S. to stop defending its allies, exactly what the Soviet Union wanted to hear. This, you can go look it up. It's, you know, it's there. And this is classic KGB influence operation. QAnon is also a classic KGB influence operation. Like, it's built the same way. He changed his party affiliation to Republican, even considered running for president in 1988, a move that aligned with Soviet interests. Ivana's ties to the communist intelligence at the same time. Ivana Trump had connections to Czechoslovak intelligence, which worked closely with the KGB. She was reportedly embedded in the U.S. elite circles, passed information back to her home. Again, I don't know how much of this is verified. I can't tell you if it's true or not. I can tell you that this guy said it, and I can tell you that it lines up a lot with what's been happening. By the way, like, this is Artem Klyushin. This guy tweets a lot. He's a bot, almost certainly. But what is said here is like reflected in real life. This account is being used either as giving marching orders, it is being used as connection. I don't like. No one comments on these. They have very little likes. Look at the. It's 4 hours ago. All of these were back to 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 back. It does explain a lot, you know, like whether or not this is true, which I actually think it likely is. It does explain a lot. Since the late 80s, Trump Elias Krasnov has argued that NATO is a waste of U.S. resources. As president, he openly threatened to withdraw. And Trump Elias Krasnov actively promoted distrust of U.S. intelligence agencies, courts, and elections. He's in it. Dude's in it. He's been bought by the KGB. I believe this. Whether or not, like, if it comes out that it's not true, sure, okay, fine. But, like, it's kind of unbelievable to think that a man who lost $1 billion can go to a country, but we're using a travel agency that is connected to the KGB, go to Russia, come back, and then spend a bunch of money talking shit about NATO and not have any connection to your trip to Russia. Like, come on. It's just not conducive to reality, you know? It does not track. Okay, what's next? Oh, this is very funny. Do you guys know that Donald Trump did a shitty little commercial back in the day? And it is like it's quite horrid, actually. And I don't know how much of this is gonna be copyright, but
Join me at Donald Trump's House of Wings.
We're so pathetic. We really are. That's the president. All right. Sorry, I'm just looking to see what's happened since I started streaming, because news usually starts coming in like midway through. Apparently, Grok says that Elon Musk is the biggest spreader of misinformation and is harming American society, which is, you know, it tracks. It's true. It's weird saying that, you know, Grok is correct, but I mean, Grok is correct. Oh, come on, give me something. You guys got anything for me? You guys got nothing for me? All right. Let's do this. This will work. Let's talk about what we can do when we are faced with right-wing rhetoric. How do we go about flipping this on its head? When you go low, when you go high, we go low, was the tactic that the right used against us. We always want to have the higher moral ground. They are willing to give it up to get a win. This is how they did it. And I advise you to adopt some of these tactics in the way that you are comfortable doing and to use them. You don't have to be evil. You can be, though, because, you know, using the maximum, most extreme amount of any of this against right-wingers is moral. It's not immoral. It just might feel immoral. You don't have to do it, but it is the right thing to do.
When I kiss him, I'll be kissing.
Okay, this might be copyright.
Kiss him morning.
Say, for the sake of argument, you're a Democratic president finishing out your last year in office. There's not a lot you're expected to do as a lame duck except endorse a Democrat for the upcoming election.
God, I missed that day when we had Obama. Like, Obama wasn't even good, but fuck. Give me Obama compared to now.
But then, early in the year, something unexpected happens. A Supreme Court justice dies suddenly in his sleep. Vacancies in the Supreme Court are infrequent, as it's a lifetime appointment, so death and the occasional resignation are the only causes of an empty seat. And when it happens, it's the president's job to get the seat filled. So you set about the task of picking a successor, probably the last major decision you will make as president, when the Republican Senate tells you, yeah, we're not going to confirm anyone you nominate. And you say, well, if you think you've got the vote.
This was the very start. This was the first instance where the institutional norms were just ignored by the party that had more political capital. And we should have seen it coming. Because from this point forward, the law was kind of a suggestion. They were they were obligated to do this. And they didn't do that. Good guy Dari, do you just want to get banned? Is that why you're doing that? Like coming in here with that being your first question? You know why. There's literally people dying right now. If you're an enemy of the United States if you in any way are pro-Trump, pro-Elon, pro-MAGA, or pro-Doge. This is your only warning. Yeah.
Votes, you can reject my nominee and I'll pick someone else. And they say, oh no, we're not going to vote against your nominee. We're not going to hold a vote. What are you talking about? I haven't even nominated someone
this
yet.
was the
We're
rules.
not going
You
to
had to
convene
do
a
that.
vote on anyone you nominate.
But they ignored the
But
rules.
that's your job. I make a nomination, the Senate holds a vote, and democracy decides who sits on the bench. Well, that's not what we're going to do. You're a lame duck. The next president will decide who sits on the Supreme Court. That's not how this works.
At this point, Obama should have just put him in jail. That you could have done that. Obama could have done that. But we didn't do anything. We didn't do anything. We just let them do this.
That's not how we've ever done things. Certainly not when your party's had a lame duck in office. Well, it's what we're going to do. And you say, that's not what the Constitution...
I thought there was precedent for them not having someone confirmed late in term as well as for Trump's late one. No. That was the precedent was Obama would pick and the Senate would vote. That was the precedent. That was the actual institutional rules. Like it was not even the norms. That's just how it worked. And they ignored it.
Constitution says, and they say, the Constitution does not explicitly say we can't. Your wife has a saying for when Republicans act up. They go low, we go high. So in considering your current predicament, you try to think of what taking the high road might look like. The Republicans have always accused you of being too far left, so after some deliberation, you select a middle-of-the-road, utterly uncontroversial judge, the kind of candidate a functioning Senate should have no trouble confirming. You make a display of embracing the spirit of compromise, in the hopes they'll change their tune.
We have literal gas chambers being built. If I hear one more word about, mods, from this point on, anyone who's been in chat, insta-ban. Give them a day off if they continue on with this. We have gas chambers. I'm done playing around.
Or at the very least be shamed into convening a vote rather than admitting this had nothing to do with the timing or the nominee and was just about refusing to collaborate with a liberal.
What should have happened is Obama should have put that man in prison. Or rather, fired him, moved him out of the way, said, no, fuck you. This is how it works. This is the rules. If you're going to ignore precedent, then I'm going to ignore precedent. You're the president. Do something about it. This is how we got here, is by liberals refusing to go low, refusing to do things that they consider wrong when it is being done to them, doing it back in defense. We consider that wrong, immoral. We don't want to do it. And then we end up like this.
Response, the Republicans announced that not only will they still not convene a vote, some say that should a Democrat win the election, and they don't even know who the candidate is yet, they will hold the seat vacant for however long it takes to get a Republican in the White House.
They played that game, so play it with them. Exactly what did you they said even if a Democrat had won, they would have held that seat. They would not have filled it. They're playing the game. You got to play it back. It's not, and it's not the Matt they are above it. They did it to Bernie. It's true. There was the closest that there ever was to precedent was Senator Biden asked for it one time and nobody cared enough to push back. Everything else is GOP scumfuckery. I mean, basically, yeah. When the GOP goes for the groin, you take out their kneecaps. True. They are the ideological enemy and we need to defeat them. They are anti-American. They're not patriots. They're anti-American. They're Nazis. They hate you. There's gas chambers in that article too. Keep reading, good guy Dari. You do not play fair with people who overtly tell you that they want to cheat and show you that they are cheating. You are playing a modded video game that has been put to the hardest possible difficulty it can be. So that's what you're doing. That's what we're playing. That's the game.
didn't call their bluff. They are all too happy to admit that this is absolutely about dicking over liberals and guaranteeing as many conservatives as possible in the Supreme Court. There is no official policy for what to do if one party simply refuses to do its job.
Yeah, because that was never considered.
There is a legal argument that if the Senate refuses to vote on your nominee, they are, in effect, giving you permission to appoint a judge without their approval.
Which Obama also could have done.
Down their part. This is technically a little extra-constitutional, but it is the law in many similar scenarios, and certainly if they're going to break the rules, you're within your rights to bend them. But
when they go low, you go lower.
Low, we go high. How can you criticize them for going outside the Constitution if you're going to do it yourself? So, being the grown-up, you grit your teeth and do nothing. Seemingly there's nothing to do but publicly shame them, keeping a running tally of how many days your nomination has sat on senators' desks without a vote. You can play this as keeping your integrity, the Democrats seizing the moral high ground. But
this is what killed us as a party, as the left. Like, again, I'm not a liberal, I vote Democrat, but like, I don't consider myself that part of the left, like the progressive and the liberals. They're to the right of me. But this is what killed us. This moral high ground. Because you know what they did? They dug around the back, came up and killed us from the back. That's what they did. We have the moral high ground, but we don't pay attention. We don't fight back. We don't do the paradox of tolerance. You have to be extremely, fundamentally intolerant of tolerance. Intolerant of intolerance. You can't allow open Nazism, hate speech, racists, misogynists, homophobes, transphobes to just get away with that shit. You can't. Secondly, though, you can't let them just break the rules and not have consequences. There needs to be consequences to your actions. When you touch the fire, it has to hurt, so you stop touching the fucking fire. Sentient Juice, I had to point out that both sides have been doing this with nearly every congressional vote, no matter who has the majority. They do it until they have the majority. And what they used to do instead was filibuster. This isn't new. You're correct. And that's what killed us. That's what I'm saying. The Democrats, instead of doing this back, should have gone further. When they go low, go lower. If the tolerance paradox and liberals misunderstanding it as if you do violence and stop an impending fascist takeover, then you're just as bad as the fascists, second grade logic. But that's literally a lot of the world, Noli Nova. Jesus Christ. Think about every time we talk about Russia. Every time we talk about Russia, it is the same idea of like, oh, you're pro-war, you're a war hawk, you want war. I'm like, no, I want this country to defend itself that's being invaded for no reason. Ignore those people. Power concedes nothing without a demand, and meanwhile, Dems just concede. The Democrats are allergic to power. They don't want to gain power. They don't do anything to try and gain power. Fascists only operate and communicate through violence, so that's the only way you can tell them what to stop. Again, the only way to deal with Nazis is by treating them the way they want to treat you. I had a dummy Trumper when I went in the gas station convenience store, and the guy was talking to the Indian cashier, who's head of the FBI. Guy was just silent, so I conversed with the dude. Give me 10 good reasons Kash Patel isn't right for the position. Motherfucker, doesn't... They don't know anything. At all. Literally nothing. By the way, you know that Kash Patel is now supposed to head not only the FBI, but the ATF? Which is insane. Solitaire, not to mention the Dems refusing to fight on the election, even though there were bomb threats, polling places just rolled over to prove how civil they were handling it. Yeah, bomb threats at polling places. The FBI stopped a weapon of mass destruction that was targeting North Carolina's energy infrastructure. We don't want to fight back. We don't want to fight back. Not we, but the Democrats. They don't want to fight back. They want to pretend like they're fighting back because they're on the same side. They get paid by the same people.
Response, the Republicans seize the Supreme Court. Their guy wins the election, you finish out your term, and Republicans will put one of their own on the bench. And just before you leave office and the new guy is inaugurated and your nomination expires after 293 days without a vote, nearly 3 times the previous record, a Republican senator predicts that, under the new administration, the Democrats, the minority party in the House, Senate, and now Supreme Court, will be the biggest obstructionists history has ever seen. Think of the position this puts Democratic senators into. They have been preemptively denigrated for the exact behaviors Republicans have relied on for the last 8 years.
Every accusation is a confession. This is what I'm saying. They make our side, they attack our positions before we have them, so that when we come to these positions, they feel weird. They feel conspiracy-esque. They feel like we're just playing along with the bullshit. I feel I am learning at the cost of my mental health. Your boy John Doe, same for all of us, but it's like you got to pick between your mental health and your physical safety at this point in time. It was on the spot, but I went straight to the point. He's part of the terroristic dictatorship, dismantling the very system. He has no experience. He stared at me in the end. I disagree. The guy was literally on Russian state media, being glazed by Russian state media. Like, go look him up on RT.
After 2 terms of misuse, every means of obstructing an unfit executive branch, from filibustering bills to shutting down the government rather than approve a budget proposal, has just been defined as going low. Worse, in the event of a Supreme Court appointment being literally stolen by the opposing party, it might be defensible to not convene a vote on whomever that party nominates, except that's exactly the tactic Democrats have spent 10 months.
Real diss. I always come back to morality because so many people cite laws, but American laws allow slavery. Man, how far behind the times are you? We're literally the Hitler country right now. Like we're fully the Hitler country. Not only do we allow slavery, but we're like renting slaves out. We're putting people in camps. We're arresting children from schools and people from churches. I'm pretty sure the morality goes out the window with abortion. Yeah, when you get rid of the right to abortion, I feel like you can't really talk about being moral anymore because you're harming people's lives. Yeah, I'm a huge doomer, I hear ya. Don't be a doomer. They want you to be a doomer. You don't want to be a doomer. You want to be angry. Don't feel fear and depression. Feel anger and resentment. Get energized. Fuel yourself with this. Good night from a bearable election night in Germany. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for popping in. And thank you for not voting AFD. Good for you guys. Now, both Germany and France beat us at not succumbing to fascism. So what have we covered so far? We covered the German elections. We took a look at some domestic policy. They're cutting Medicaid. They're cutting food stamps and all of that. We had a look at the fact that Donald Trump is apparently codenamed Krasnov and was recruited by the KGB in 1987 by the guy who was head of the KGB division at the time. And I think that's about it.
Condemning. If everything that might restore democratic norms is tainted by the Republicans who violated those norms in the first place, then the only honorable move left is compliance. Give Republicans whatever they want, confirm their judge as quickly and smoothly as possible, treat the situation like it's fair because that's what they should have done when it actually was. This is somehow going high. And that comment from the Republican senator belies the truth. They know what they're doing, and they're not ashamed. Yep. They know Democrats aren't obstructionists.
It's on purpose.
They're counting on it. When one party can be relied on to do the exact opposite of your worst behavior, good strategy is to do to them as destructively as possible whatever you don't want them to do to you. The new Republican norm?
I'm telling you the exact same thing. Do to them as destructively as possible whatever you don't want them to do to you. They are the threat. You are defending yourself. This is not assaulting. This is defense. Like, you're not going to be the one instigating this shit.
Is you go high, we go low. Now, this is a long-standing Republican thing, and we'll talk about how the alt-right comes into it by and by. And though it's effective, it's not sophisticated. I mean, I just got finished with my intro and I'm already out of things to say about it. So let's turn the camera around and ask not why the technique is popular, but why Democrats keep...
I know anger can be, like, used in the wrong way too, but like it's all we have right now, and I'm hoping that you guys can kind of use it in the right way.
Falling for
and
it.
Camel, I'll give you the link. You can read it.
On the face of it, it would appear Democrats are a lot more concerned with being called hypocrites than Republicans are, which would seem a very solvable problem. Republicans are going to yell so much for the tolerant left, no matter what form our opposition takes, so ignore them. But clearly it's not that simple, or we wouldn't be having this problem. Republicans are striking at something more fundamental to American liberalism that makes these charges of hypocrisy hard to ignore. So, what's wrong with liberals? The modern American Democrat is in an unenviable position. You need two things to win an election: votes and funding. And there are a number of things that voters care passionately about and that they...
Remember, if you poll the United States, openly, broadly, you poll everyone in America, and you ask the questions properly, you're not fucking with the wording, almost like the country as a whole supports free healthcare, free university, supports abortion rights, supports LGBT rights. So, like, it is just about how you ask the question and the amount of funding that goes into media.
They have no hope of ever getting from Republicans, but unfortunately for Democrats, they are the exact things big-ticket donors despise, which is why Democrats in very secure districts who tend to run unopposed are the ones most willing to talk about them. The left is, in fact, a very heterogeneous group with a mountain of conflicting interests and decades of infighting. So it's very hard to appeal to all of them and wealthy donors. Republicans don't have this problem, or at least they don't have it as bad. Despite many, in some ways, even more passionate and fundamental...
Wow, hold on. This has basically not changed. The only thing I would change here is I would get rid of the paleocons. I would add in crypto bros. I would get rid of the neocons, just merge them with the libertarians, and then I would add in the misogynists. That'd be it. Just paleocons, replace them with crypto, and neocons you can add to libertarians, and then add a misogynist layer to that. That's it. That's the entire system. Like how influential a certain person is and what they're saying. It's based on how much, like, if... like, I'm here, right? And I'm talking to you guys just regularly chatting, and I have no money backing me. I don't run ads. But if I had someone with millions of dollars behind me running ads, you guys would see me more. Christians right to transphobes? Well, I mean, leftists, Leo, they are, but the transphobes are a whole different category. They're closer to the Nazis. In fact, like white nationalists, I would just switch this to Nazi, and Christian right can stay the way that it is. Are TERFs actually Republicans? I'm still not actually sure I understand what TERFs are. TERFs don't exist, sentient Jew slave. What TERF means is trans exclusionary radical feminism. But they don't exist because transphobia is anti-feminist inherently. The entire point of, like, what transphobia says, like, its base foundational layer is that trans women aren't women because they don't have like a womb. They can't give birth, which is just a misogynist argument. They're not feminists. Doesn't exist. Donald Trump was the dumbest goddamn student I ever had. Professor William T. Kelly at the Wharton School of Business and Finance. Do you know how much transphobia causes queer cis women to be excluded? Quite a lot, I would imagine. Like, I mean, I don't spend too much time like out in specifically queer circles, so I don't really get to experience too much of like what that would be like, but I would imagine that a lot of cis women also get attacked by that transphobia. I mean, I've met some lesbians who can't stand trans people, but that's their own view. Yeah, well, I mean, think about it. The woman, the lesbian mommy Hitler, that's what they call Alice Whiteout, don't they? Lesbian mommy Hitler. She's a lesbian, and she's literally the head of the AFD. She's married, she has a wife, but she was arguing for heteronormative gender roles to be part of like the government. Like she wanted to make being gay illegal while she has a wife. So it's not like it's unheard of. This shit happens pretty constantly. Toxic masculinity is a poison. True.
differences, conservatives value loyalty and in-group cohesion, and this keeps them coming together every 4 years in a surprisingly unified voting bloc.
That's the fascism. They don't want to argue with each other. If they have a disagreement, they just kind of shut up about it. They don't want to start a fight within their own coalition.
It also helps that they fucking hate us, and most would sooner vote for a Republican they despise than any kind of Democrat. And lucky for them, the things conservative voters want are much more aligned with corporate interests.
They do fucking hate us, though. And it's not just us. Like, they hate the Republicans, too. The people in power, they hate all of us.
Building a coalition on the left is a lot of work. And faced with this challenge, there is a liberal tendency to turn away from policy and focus instead on process. Generally uncontroversial things like bipartisanship, compromise, decorum. And fair enough, the absence of these things in Washington over the years is certainly something everyone left of center.
Like, again, these are good things. But this is all, to this day. How long ago was this video made? 6 years ago. This is all still what they talk about. These 3 points are the exact same. Decorum is important. I just don't think you can have decorum in a room full of Nazis.
Is sick of, but they're not things Democrats can make happen all by themselves. And more to the point, none of them are results. They're means. Like, a willingness to compromise is not a position. And when you over-focus on how you should go about things and not what things you should go about, it fosters a certain philosophy about government that is both highly flawed and highly exploitable. The valuing of means at the expense of ends. Most people would say that
that sounds kind of like fascism.
Ends justify the means is a crap moral philosophy.
It is.
Democrats would agree. But liberals often overcorrect to the point where thinking about the ends at all is thought of as in a...
Nah, leftist Leo, fascism is more than just white and male. There's plenty of fascists that aren't white or male. Again, like look at the AFD, lesbian mommy Hitler. I learned about compromise when I learned about John Quincy Adams. There.
Vague, reflexive kind of way, innately immoral. There's a very Enlightenment way of thinking that implies that with the right means, the ends take care of themselves, and immoral behavior becomes functionally impossible.
As in, the ends take care of themselves is such a mental gymnastic position to take that it's almost like it has to be, you have to know that you're doing this, right? Nobody would have this position thinking that anything good would come of it for everyone else. Good comes for you. It sounds like something a postmodern sociopath might really take advantage of.
I want to stress that
and yes, fuck Thatcher. So
claiming political group A adheres to philosophy X is always reductive.
I hate the idea of everyone on the left being referred to as a liberal, a progressive, or like just a socialist. There are varying differences. Unlike the right, who are all basically exactly the same belief system with just different hyper-fixated interests, we have different views. So we can create different views and create a coalition based on those views and have democracy. If we have enough decorum, nobody will ever protest. Oh, buddy, fuck off. Like, literally, that's what they think, though.
Human beings hold many patterns of thought simultaneously and slip between them depending on context. This is less the key to understanding liberals and more one pattern of thinking liberals often slip into. But this idea of the perfect system that can only spit out justice is how liberals tend to think about democracy. We can call this values-neutral governance, and you can see why it would appeal when you're trying to sum all the demands placed on a politician. Under this thinking, you don't need to engage with the needs and desires of your constituency, your donors, or even your opposition. Because if democracy is working, everyone deserving will get what they need as a matter of course. That's what democracy is for, to divine what is right out of a cacophony of different voices.
You gotta add in some more shit to that. You can't just replace decorum with Musk. You gotta add in some autism. Gotta add in some Hitler in there.
It's okay for people, even people with power, to have bad ideas, because bad ideas will always be outnumbered by good ideas. Checks and balances. Hell, you can have bad ideas and it won't make any difference. Provided you commit to obeying a just set of rules, only justice will ever be produced by them. And you can see how utterly paralyzing it can be when half the participants...
Speaking of, at the end of this video, we have some new ideas that have come out. We'll finish this, but these are kind of important, so I need you to see them before some of you check out for the night. Consistent with President Donald Trump's instructions, all federal employees will shortly receive an email requesting to understand what they got done last week. Failure to respond will be taken as a resignation. So there's that from Elon Musk. That sounds lovely. And also, someone mentioned this before. Real-life murderers. Mass murderers. All of them. All of these people are responsible for the deaths of millions of people. And will be responsible for the deaths of more people as time goes on. He did that with Twitter. Still 80% of them, still fired 80% of them regardless. Yeah, true. Elon is Scooby-Doo now. He's looking for Bigfoot and her... No, see, he's going to Fort Knox to steal some gold, man. That's it. That's it. That's all it is.
Of that system...
Wait, I'm waiting. These are fictional. The top ones are fictional. The bottom ones aren't. The bottom ones are, like, actual CEOs? Like, did you not... Real-life murderers? And yeah, of course United Healthcare got a new guy.
Refuse to play by those rules. Values-neutral governance is an engine that only runs by mutual consent. Now, the system is supposed to be self-repairing. If the rules are broken in a way that it doesn't have specific contingencies for, you can write those contingencies. But you'd have to pass them through Congress or the courts. As in, you'd need the cooperation of...
No, they're not fictional, leftist CEO. Like, those were all the actual CEOs of the healthcare companies.
The people violating the rules.
And yes, they went to Fort Knox to steal the gold. Not all of it, I'm sure, but some of it. Yeah, of course they did. Why would they not?
All that's left then is to fix the system without their approval. But that's going outside the rules. That's thinking about ends. And to you, the system is morality itself. You can't go outside it and still behave ethically. If the problem is people breaking the rules, you can't fix that by breaking them further. At this point, the Democratic senator usually throws up both hands and says, fuck it then, I'm going to do what the Republicans should be doing. I'm going to follow decorum and look for compromise. I will not be responsible for the degradation of our governmental system. Maybe everything still goes to shit, but nobody could claim that I didn't do my job. And once upon a time, I think they genuinely believed that this was leading by example.
They steal the gold, then a week or two they will say, all the gold's missing, or maybe they've already done it and I just missed it. Yeah, who the fuck knows?
But I don't think today
it's not like anyone can go check.
Are under any illusions that this will right the vessel, appeal to Republicans' better nature. But Democrats keep doing it, because on some level they genuinely believe that even when it accomplishes nothing, following the rules to the bitter end is the noble thing to do. The captain goes down with the ship.
We need to stop this thinking. Go low. Use their tactics.
I'm using poetic understatement when I say, this can be very frustrating.
I feel like a flat earther, but I'm nervous. Yeah, I know. It feels like we're going blue and on, doesn't it? But like, unironically, that might be the only path forward. These people are insane and they want to kill us. They're doing the thing. They're doing the Hitler thing. This is now this is psychological warfare.
Us as citizens, the most important...
Jesse Waters said that. I'm quoting the Fox News television host, Jesse Waters. This is information warfare that they are conducting against us. I didn't do shit. Not Fed posting. They're saying it. I think they are literally the government now. Yeah, they are. Of course they are.
Important question is what happens next? Republicans break a rule, Democrats take the high road, and what happens next? In practice, the answer is always, they get what they want, but we get a philosophical victory.
Long
But
life
when
Homo sapien. I will never forgive the Democrats for that border ship because there was literally nothing wrong with the border. We had no immigration crisis. We had no crime coming in. We had no issues with too many immigrants. We had none of that was happening. And yet we conceded that point, and now the entire country is convinced that there is an invasion of illegals when there never was.
The questions that govern our lives are, will I get shot by police, or will my kid die in an emergency room for lack of funds? Unless it's gonna get my kid a philosophical blood transfusion, values-neutral governance isn't useful. And being told to trust in a system that didn't meet our needs so good before it got very obviously broken and our representatives decided it was more honorable not to fix it is, pardon my Anglo-Saxon, a bunch of bullpucky. I'll say one thing for
obviously that was fake, your boy.
Republicans, they believe in something. It's a bunch of classist, racist, misogynist doolally, but they believe it, and they govern according to those beliefs.
And this is what I'm saying. The reason the Republicans were able to be successful is because they will all bend the knee to their larger goal, the fascism. They are all they believe in it, so they are willing to let go of their own beliefs and desires for the greater good of the state, the party. Most MAGA voters see this like it's a sports team. Like MAGA is their favorite football team to them. And so they'll do stuff that they don't want to do for their football team. They'll wear a jersey. Like, they are doing this. But the voters aren't necessarily aware, right? The reason that the voters are able to build this much political capital for the right is because they believe in that racist, misogynist nonsense, the let's go back, return with the V bullshit, and they were able to infiltrate government, run from the bottom up, and change their party from the inside, what I've been telling y'all to do for about a year now. So, like, that's what they did.
There is no contradiction in blocking a liberal judge and bullying Democrats to confirm a conservative one. They want to overturn the right to abortion, and will do whatever it takes to put a pro-lifer on the bench. It is fully consistent behavior. And the problem isn't that they break a bunch of rules along the way, it's that what they're trying to accomplish is wrong.
It's both. Not only was that illegal, like, it wasn't illegal actually, but it was not correct, it was wrong, but like, they did it anyway. Why can't I see a YouTube chat on my chat thing? That's weird. What's up, Tyler?
The Democrats focus on the rule breaking and not the intent behind it because, despite what Republicans will tell you, many Democrats are terrified of talking about abortion for fear that taking a stand on a wedge issue will lose them their coalition. Believing in a politics where everyone can disagree on everything and democracy sorts it out is wishful thinking born of necessity. It feels like it shouldn't need to be said that this ideal has never existed at any time in history. At the very beginning, who got to own land, who got to vote.
What they're trying to do is they're trying to get conservatives' minds off of dark enlightenment bullshit and get them mad at Mexico and Canada because the tariffs are going to start hitting. The people are going to start feeling the pain, the struggle, the pinch in their wallet. And because of that, they're going to need to blame somebody. Now, they can blame the rich in the country who actually did it, or they could blame Mexico, who's shooting at Americans from the other side of the border, or they could blame the Canadians. You know, like, that's not what the whole plan here is, to use that anger and point it in a different direction. MAGA is stuttering because MAGA's falling apart. MAGA's only phase one. They're building Nazism. If you're looking at the chat through Streamlabs, I think you'll only see Twitch chat. I have the multi-stream one selected. Usually YouTube does pop up here. It just hasn't today. I'll have to keep a better look on YouTube chat.
And who was or wasn't property were enshrined in our government. And none of these things were the democracy machine spitting out justice. They were value judgments made by people convinced that them profiting the most off the system was proof it was behaving rationally. Anyone who thinks democracy is impartial is going to get played. It's also worth noting that this "don't worry about your conscience, just trust the system" argument is the exact opposite of the "don't worry about the system, just trust your conscience" argument that
This is the correct one. Trust your conscience. Don't worry about the system. Things change. Systems can change over time. I came out as a communist to my Trumper coworkers. They don't seem like bad guys, just confused, I hope. Look, most Trumpers are not evil. About a quarter of them, thereabouts, about a quarter of the entire MAGA population are the evil ones. 3/4, most are confused, most are lied to every day, from the moment they wake up to the moment they go to bed. Lied and fearmongered to. But at the same time, I mean, hold on. I've shown this on stream before, but it's not like they're not all that different from us. They just don't know what they want.
In order to stop the
What's up, Short
communist
Sport?
agenda, we need to get rid of the big banks.
Right.
Karl Marx.
We have
no
MAGA communism, ya boy John Doe.
Knew who he was until the big banks distributed all of his literature.
Right.
Yeah. So in order to get rid of communism, we need to get rid of the big banks.
Yeah.
Get rid of big pharma.
Right.
What else? Big tech.
Again, this guy's wearing a MAGA hat. Like, it's these people believe this stuff.
These landlords that are coming in and buying hundreds of properties. You don't even know what corporation.
Like China is doing it, and Bill Gates.
Zillow.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people here are very fed up, and they're ready to collectivize and sort of seize the means of production.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's why I support unions so much. You know,
well, it's funny. I work for actually not this shirt, the other shirt I had an earlier for a company not too far from here called Liberty Pump.
Do you understand what these guys are saying? Everything that he believes in is socialism. He wants socialism. Retard socialism. And yes, you can Google MAGA communism. It's not like a real political ideology, but there are real people that believe it.
liberals use to defend ethical capitalism. Just saying. But on the subject of getting played, we circle back to the alt-right itself, who, as is the trend, do the same as conservatives do, only unfiltered. What would be the effective ways to combat?
The right wing is not worth trying to message to. They will come when their lives get shitty and they look over at us and they hear the right things. You don't need to message to the right. I don't want to waste my time trying to get them into my audience. You want to message to the 80 million registered voters that didn't vote. We have 80 million people in America who are registered voters. They didn't show up. You need to message to them. They are the goal. They're the ones you want to get to pay attention. They didn't vote because they don't care. They didn't have anything to vote for. That no one gave them a reason to. That we are taught all over the world now to stop caring about politics, that it's hard, that it's like frustrating, it's depressing, I don't want to think about it, and that's how most people believe. So you need to message to those people. But do you think MAGA communists claim to be communists? Well, they literally call themselves MAGA communists. I don't actually think that they're communists, though. Again, like we're getting off topic, but like, here, I'll show you MAGA communists for a second. Just because clearly all of you are interested. MAGA communism. I mean, here's this. MAGA communism does not include free healthcare, but your gym membership will be subsidized. Reindustrialization of America, dismantle big tech and foreign intervention and global imperialism, abolish the CIA, FBI, NSA. This is like Jackson Hinkle Russian propaganda bullshit. Like, it's a Kremlin talking point is what it is.
Combat the alt-right. Kick them off social media, shut down their websites, cut off their funding, police their organizations as hate groups, and, if all else fails, be willing to deck someone at a counter-protest if
Look, all of the things I laid out that democracies need to do to survive. Cut off right-wing social media misinformation. Shut down right-wing social media networks. Cut off their funding. Shut down like TV stations like Fox News. Police their organizations as hate groups. Every time you get a neo-Nazi rally, arrest them. When you get a KKK rally, arrest them. Like, it's not hard. We just don't want to do it.
It will prevent greater violence. So, what do they do to us? falsely report our tweets as hate speech,
You're
DDoS our
right.
websites,
Long
try
live
to
Homo
shut down our
sapien.
Patreons, report us to the police as terrorists, and beat and murder people in the streets.
They do literally all of these things to us. So how about you start reporting their tweets as hate speech, or I don't know, spam or something, because like they're not gonna ban hate speech as hard. Just when you report these people, you gotta sound like you're MAGA. You gotta say that they're Antifa. But like you have to understand. So like democracy cannot survive while we allow these people to just openly do whatever they want with no consequences. So I'm not crazy for unironically wanting to ban authoritarians. No, Michaela Rose, the only way to deal with a Nazi is by using the methods that Nazis would otherwise use against you, against them specifically. Nobody else, just them. You have to use equal and equivalent force. That's it. That's all you got to do. And you only do it to them, not everyone else. You got to get everyone on board. Rabid dogs cannot be tolerated. Yeah, they have rabies, man. Like they want to kill everything. They're a death cult. No unilateral disarmament. I mean, sure, yeah, that's fine. I've been called authoritarian by people thinking it's too extreme, but now MAGA's in charge. Yeah, so have I. I don't care. It's not fascistic to use fascistic methods to shut down fascism in the defense of democracy. It's not. Hell, even the president said it. A man who saves his country has committed no crime. So, the president said it. I bet you the Trumpers believe Trump is removing the elites and removing the laws to go back to the original Constitution with other laws installed. So they literally do. They do believe this.
Now, these are all things they enjoy doing regardless, but they serve a strategic purpose. If we consider doing to them any of what they've done to us, we get the performative self-flagellation. You wouldn't want to stoop to our level now, would you? And when they tell us it would be wrong to kick them off Twitter or stop them from organizing even though they keep killing people, what argument do they give us? They invoke the First Amendment.
I'm the only person on Twitch actually talking about radical responses takeover and doing it forcefully. Really? Hassan isn't? I would have figured that, like, Hassan would at least. I'm not saying go, like, do violence. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying organize. Go and get armed. Join the SRA. Prepare yourself for health issues. Go and stock up on food. Like, I'm just trying to tell you the things you need to know to keep yourself safe. But then at the same time, like, if you want to fight against the fascists, there is a historical method on how to do it, and we know how this works. He covers the doom and says speak up, but that's about it. I mean, to be fair, I am at risk of getting banned with half the things that I say. Like, I'm bordering on Fed posting, but I'm not. I can make an argument that none of this is Fed posting. But at the same time, like, again, don't do violence. You need to go out and get violence done against you. You need to get the shit kicked out of you in the streets while you're protesting, and that be on national television. That's the way forward, not you fighting in the streets, you getting the shit kicked out of you in the streets. I tried to flush documents down the toilet to meet them at their level. I don't think that was worth it.
They defend not their actions, but the process. They don't believe in universal free speech or the right to assemble, but they know we do. What the right knows and the alt-right has weaponized is that the system liberals imagine has no mechanism for engaging with beliefs. Beliefs are supposed to be things you hold in your heart, and if the system doesn't conform to them, you have to trust its wisdom. If the
You're not wrong, Clam Jammer. I'm just waiting for the day the ban hammer comes down, which kind of sucks considering I invested all of my money to try and make this into my career. So, by the way, before I get banned, drop me a dono so I don't starve to death. But, no, you're right. We do need to radicalize people. I need you. I hear a lot of you tell me that you are doing it, that you are going out. Leftist Leo said earlier, you're going out and meeting with, like, a group. Form communities around yourself. I've put out several videos on how you can talk to your neighbors, how to talk to strangers, projects you can do that would get people closer together. If you are the people at risk, you want to be able to be Anne Frank. And if you are someone with privilege, it is your American moral and ethical responsibility to protect your community from violence. If the jackboots start coming in, if it's, let's say, the Proud Boys, you don't have to fight them. They're pussies. You just have to stand up against them. These guys, look at these fucking guys. Nerd, like, what are you, like, they're lazy shits. What you have to do to these people is you just have to treat them. Oh, thank you. You have to treat them the way that they would otherwise treat you. Match their energy. They will back off. I've said this before. Even today, in America, if you hit somebody, if you punch anybody in the face, anyone, you fight anyone, you're getting a felony. So if anyone doesn't have a felony coming around doing this shit, you know that they've never been in a real fight because they don't have a felony.
Alt-right breaks the rules, liberals can only request that they be followed. And if the alt-right follows the rules, wears a tie, and talks like an academic, liberals can only trust that these ideas will be voted against. In either case, they don't know how to call a fascist, and they don't have any plan for fighting fascism.
Based long like Homo sapien. Keep those strikes up. Make them big. Make them annoying. Be as annoying to the corporation as possible. Slow down their work as much as possible. And before the strikes, I would say tell your coworkers to just work slowly. To like, this is what like the FBI, sorry, the CIA teaches you in their like manual. It's doing your job maliciously, malicious compliance. Make it the worst possible quality work that you could do and take as long as you possibly can to do it. Ask as many questions as you can, lose shit. If they make a decision, say like, oh, well, hold on, we should consider this. Slow them down on everything. Be a pest. Hey, send me this stream? Yeah, sure, absolutely, Leftis Leo. I'm here because Hassan isn't streaming. You are more politically focused, but you aren't derailed by 30,000 chatters. That's true. That's true. I don't know how I would deal with 30,000 chatters. Spite like hell, exactly.
Other than to just never lose an election. And they're not very good at that. The response to this is usually, but we can't go calling our opponents fascists. What if they did that to us? To which I might first respond, what do you mean, what if? Everything they tell us not to do is part of their core strategy.
It's been this way for a long time, and it will continue to be this way. Your biggest fear, my biggest like dream, Michaela Rose. Too bad I'm gonna get banned from every social media and then like drone striked by the US government before I get the chance to get that big.
But also, shouldn't the determination of whether it's wrong to call someone a fascist depend at least a little on whether they actually are one? But that question can't be posed within values-neutral governance.
They the idea of can you call this person a fascist is dead now, by the way. If you are on the Republican side, you are a fascist. You are at least a fascist. You are likely a Nazi.
Values-neutral governance wants rules that are correct in every scenario regardless of context. If the left and the right stand across the aisle yelling, "You're the fascist," at each other, it can condemn both or neither. But
which,
it can't
by the way, is what's happening. Remember, Donald Trump is even calling Zelensky a dictator. I wonder why they're doing this exact tactic that they've been doing for 10 years.
Determine who's the fascist without taking context into account. But in case you're wondering, these guys are the fascists, and they don't vote for Democrats. Everyone can see what the alt-right is doing, but no one knows how to oppose it within the rule set. And they never will. An action has no...
the rule set doesn't include this. An action has no intrinsic value, unwholly separated from its outcome. We don't have this built into our system. If your person is making someone feel lesser by fault of skin color, gender, status, class, you are a fascist. True.
Intrinsic
AOC Crockett versus MTG made me sick. I haven't seen that one.
Value wholly separate from its outcome. A Kentucky clerk breaking the law by refusing to sign a legal gay marriage license is wrong.
I remember this.
And a California clerk breaking the law by signing an illegal gay marriage license is right. There is a moral imperative to disobey rules when following does not lead to justice.
This is true. And this is what I meant by, like, you need to be willing to lose. The sacrifice for yourself because you are given an order to do something unethical. You should refuse it. Now, I understand people have kids, they have families, they need to take care of other people. If it's just you living alone, it's much easier to make that choice. If your job is what your family is depending on, and it's between do the moral choice in general for whatever it is, or risk your family, you're not going to risk your family. And that's where we're at right now. We need everyone who can to be out there risking their life. Do you understand that the reason that we have a 5-day work week, a 9 to 5, that you get weekends off, is because thousands of people died in the streets fighting for that in America? Thousands of people died in the streets for you to not have to go to work from 5 a.m. to, 9 p.m. 7 days a week. How do you feel about radicalizing people who have nothing left to lose? I mean, via online, I'd be a little worried because that's the kind of shit that leads to stochastic terrorism. But in person, not at all. Like, in person, as long as, like, you can talk to this person, you can engage with them, you can get a vibe check, you can check in with them regularly, engage with them, and make sure that they don't, go off the rails, then that's fine. I am crumbling because of what's happening. I'm a disabled trans man. I'm trying not to incite sympathy. I'm trying to induce anger. I can barely survive. It at least pisses me off. It pisses me off too. It should piss you off. It should piss all of you off. And, like, stay strong, man. Like, we need you here. Griffith Fontenot, OSHA regulations are written in blood. True. Don't forget Henry Ford normalized the 5-day work week, and he was perfectly normal. Like, we had to fight and die to not have children having to go to the coal mines every morning. That's why you got to keep speaking up and not moderating your words to keep investment. And I get financial doom. I'm a DoorDasher, but look where moderation got us so far. Stand strong. I've already been banned from Twitch once for like a week. It's fine. I'm on YouTube as well. If you want to support, go drop a, sorry, that's the Discord link. Whoopsie. Go drop a like on the YouTube video and maybe a comment that helps too, and a follow. That'd be great. Thank you for the follow, Friendly Neighborhood Mexican. Based as fuck. I hope you are ready to fight guerrilla warfare against the United States. All right, let's finish this because I have a couple more things that I want to show you. But I want to make I want to actually finish this to make it a full video.
Are what separate us from the animals. But I've always preferred the adage that what separates us from the animals is that we have a conscience. This isn't to say we shouldn't act better than our opposition, but that maybe we shouldn't let the people going low define for us what counts as going high, and to consider that pursuing justice rather than manners may be taking the high road.
Thank you.
To my understanding, being a grown-up sometimes means taking a kid's toys away until he can behave himself. It's clear from looking at Republicans that you can govern on your values and be successful. It's just a question of which values you govern on. The rules will not protect us from bad ideas.
No one will see. This was a warning. This was 6 years ago, guys. This video has accurately laid out exactly what was going to happen for the next 6 years. Exactly correct. So what do? You take it. You flip it. When they go low, go lower. You make sure they go high. You have to make sure that you never are on defense. I've done a video on that one as well, covering the alt-right playbook, never play defense. You have to control the conversation. You have to put out a whole bunch of information, and when they try and, call you out for something, just call out something else. Don't respond to their response. Bring up another point. Move the goalpost. Be bad faith to these people. If you're arguing with somebody in good faith and actually believe something, then you don't have to do this. This is for propaganda. This is for self-defense. This is for fun on Twitter.
The only solution to a bad idea is a better idea.
And stop coddling yourself with your words, too. Like, I'm a queer woman. If I want to call this guy a faggot, I want to call him a faggot. I'm going to get banned from Twitch again because that's the last thing I got banned for. But, like, we need to stop coddling ourselves. These people are evil and they're demons. No. Long leg Homo sapien would never badmouth me. They're based. Enjoy this. I'll be quick, and then I have a couple more things that I want to show you.
Off with a few weeks ago. Approval ratings from Gallup and Quinnipiac showing Trump dropping a few points with an even steeper fall on Ipsos. A new CNN poll shows 52% of Americans disapprove of Trump's performance so far, something no other president has experienced at the start of their term in office. But it is important to point out this is still better than at any point in Trump's first 4 years in the White House during his first term. Joining us now to discuss this and more, pollster and communications strategist Frank Luntz. Frank, thanks so much for being here with us. We kind of just laid out a current state of play, as it were. What do you think of that?
I'm glad to have this opportunity because both sides, and there really are two sides to this, have something to cheer about this evening. First, the level of support for Donald Trump has fallen. It is reasonably clear it's been a significant measurement, but the agreement with the general direction of what he's trying to do is positive. So Democrats can point to the fact that the numbers that he's dropped below 50% support, and that's significant. Republicans can point to the fact that he's more popular now than he was at any time in his first term. Democrats can say that the intensity.
Griffith Fontenot, you're exactly correct. Definitely, guys, go for a walk, go for a jog, go outside. At the very least, first of all, you need to have like the physical capability of not dying, constantly being in pain. As you get older, it's going to get worse. I promise you. Speaking as someone with fibromyalgia, you're not going to have access to health insurance. You're not going to have access to health care. So you want to stay healthy. You want to make sure that you are eating healthy. Go buy a bunch of rice and some beans, cheap. Learn how to make delicious food with it. Whatever you want to add in, it doesn't matter. You can add mushrooms instead of beans, whatever the fuck you want. You want to eat healthy. You want to stop spending money on takeaway because everything's about to get like double the price. And you're not going to get any more money than you already have. Likely, you're probably going to have less money because they're going to tax you more. But on top of this, go outside, jog, walk in your community, because that gives you opportunities to run into people, to talk to people, to go into a store and buy something, chat with the clerk, become part of your community. It's hilarious how we're still clinging to the old norms, like polls, as if they even mean anything now. Trump's gonna do whatever the fuck he wants, fuck the polls. Well, I mean, yes, of course, but like, I did want to show you his approval ratings. Not that I believe that like it'll change anything, of course not. I wanted to cover this one really quickly because this was really interesting. So I saw this originally reported as Democrats. Video of Democrats protesting the Trump administration at the Kennedy Center via interpretive dance. They're going to interpretive dance their way into the camps. So this was reported to be Democrats, right? But it wasn't Democrats. This is a PSYOP. Spokesperson from the Kennedy Center confirms the Kennedy Center has evacuated due to bomb threat targeting the Shen Yun performance. Security acted swiftly. This is a Shen Yun performance, which means they are Falun Gong. This is right-wingers. These are literally right-wingers being reported as Democrats, because Falun Gong is a Chinese cult that is very much anti-CCP and very, very pro-Trump. So, like, personal effectiveness is key for selfish, solipsistic Americans to take notice and push the polls down. But yeah, this was interesting, you know? I thought it was wild. Oh, also, Elon is threatening Zelensky with shutting down Starlink if we don't, like, if they don't give us rare earth minerals. We're literally like the mob now. You got to pay the racket, or we're gonna shut off your like internet. Evil as fuck. And then we have Elon Musk proposing the FAFO agency, the Federal Agency for Financial Oversight, as an enforcement arm of Doge. So like the secret police and the secret police's desk workers. Is that why we're always getting Shen Yun dancer ads in the mail? Yes, that's actually why. The Shen Yun people are all part of the Falun Gong cult. All of them. I've actually watched a video on it on stream before. I think there's a video in my media sharing part of my Discord, but like that's all Chinese anti-CCP, very, 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 very pro-Trump propaganda. That's some Dr. Evil shit. Yeah, a little bit. I've had a lot of people reaching out lately. I feel like everyone is feeling that a storm is coming / already here. Shardspark, the storm is here. And like I hope all of you are gonna be okay. Like you guys need to get the fuck out of America right now. Man. So the interpretive dance thing is yet another instance of a lie getting halfway around the world before the truth had a chance to get its pants on? Yes. The interpretive dance thing was real. It just wasn't Democrats. It was just reported to be Democrats. They're just, they're Trump supporters. Look, I want to show you guys something. I don't like either of these people. But they were kind of correct on basically every point they made here. It's another dumb meme thing. Just fuck around, find out. We truly are cooked. Yeah, like the most Reddit-brained fucking government ever. So again, Hillary Clinton is a ghoul. She's evil. But she was correct.
Putin, from everything I see, has no respect for this person.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet.
It's pretty clear you won't admit that the Russians have engaged.
No, you're the puppet. No puppet. No, you're the puppet.
In cyber attacks against the United States of America, that you encouraged espionage against our people, that you are willing to spout the Putin line, sign up for his wish list, break up NATO, do whatever he wants to do, and that you continue to get help from him because he has a very clear favorite in this race.
It's just, she was right. Again, she's a ghoul, but she was right. Kamala was also right.
Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch. I
don't like Kamala, but she was correct. I wonder how guilty the original Twitter board CEO feels after selling it to Elon. Not at all. He's also evil. They're all demons, man. All of them. Like, there is not a corporate CEO that is worth more than, I don't know, more than $100 million that isn't literally a demon.
This chapter
This could have been our
will
president
be
instead.
written not simply by whoever
She would have done fuck all for you, but she could have been president instead.
occupies the Oval Office, nor by the wealthiest among us. The American story will be written by you, written by us, by we the people.
If only, man. I was, yesterday, I was watching, like, a Netflix show. My parents recommended it to me. It was called 0 Day. It's kind of like, it's just another bullshit, like, show. Like, it wasn't all that good or anything. But in the very first episode, there's a scene where Robert De Niro is playing, like, a former president, and he's been called in to do, like, head some organization that was going to be... They were taking away American civil liberties, and he was a trustworthy, like, good-natured man, and so they gave him the job. And so he leaves his house, they go to the place, and there's protesters outside, like, the building. There's barricades, and then there's right-wingers and left-wingers, and they're arguing with each other, and he just gives this speech that made me cry, not because it was a good speech, but because it made me feel nostalgic for an America that doesn't exist anymore. Like, I watched that scene knowing, oh, this wouldn't happen today. Yeah, but, like, again, I only watched, like, the first couple episodes. I don't know if the show is good or not. The show itself seems meh. That scene, though, I don't know, it hit me. It's just, like, we don't have the same country anymore. We don't have the same rights. We don't have the same protections. Shardsburg, also, I can't get a passport because I'm trans, so I'm not going anywhere. Can't you get a passport with the wrong gender marker on it, Shardsburg? Just out of curiosity, is that, like, not a thing? Will they not just give you the... Because, like, wasn't, what was her name? The chick, the trans chick from, Euphoria. Hunter Schafer, didn't she get her passport and it like had the wrong gender marker on it? I feel like you could still use that to escape if you want to do. If you don't want to leave the country, then don't leave. If you want to stay and, you know, fight for your country, then do it. You should get other people on board. Go get people in your community on board. But if you want to leave, you can leave. There's ways. Was it newsroom vibes? I guess a little, maybe. My opinion on the German election, I think that it's good that the AfD didn't win entirely. I think it's good that the SPD and the CDU can form a coalition. I think it's wonderful that the left rose up to 8%, going above that 5% margin. But Germany is still quite dangerous. Like, I'm worried because quite a lot of the seats are going to be held by the AfD, and they're going to continue to exert their pressure and influence on the country's government. I feel like they'll just continue shifting to the right. It'll be curious to see what their position on defending Europe from Russia and America ends up being. It's unclear right now. People have had their documents seized, and I'm worried about that. Yeah, I would be too. I mean, you could drive to Canada and then get on a plane there. They won't seize your passport there if it's real. I don't think. Hopefully, at least. Also, like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and give this a guess that this is delusional. But we'll give it a watch. So, James Carville predicts that the administration is going to completely collapse in less than 30 days. I think this is delusional, or I think this is controlled opposition. I will say, within the next 30 days, what we consider the administration as it is likely will collapse, but not in the way that he's thinking. It will collapse so that it can change, not collapse so that it falls apart. Hey, Viz, what was the name again of that show? 0 Day.
Let me ask you this. So you got a lot of Democrats who have been sort of yelling and screaming about a lot of these nominations, and in some cases, I think rightly so, and in other cases, I think it's been a bit overwrought. But, you know, it seems that the angrier Democrats get, the more it feeds into exactly what Donald Trump and Elon Musk and some of these other folks want. Meaning, Fox News plays sound bites of Democrats' heads exploding as sort of sport. So what should they do from a media or political perspective?
My God.
Well, okay, I'm going to tease a piece I'm pretty sure will be coming out that I'm doing in the New York Times.
This is genuinely going to be the dumbest, most delusional shit.
Probably Monday or Tuesday, but sometimes they'll kill it. But what I've said very publicly is that Democrats need to play possum. This whole thing is collapsing.
Democrats need to play possum. Love that.
Need Elizabeth Warren and somebody screaming to pacify some progressive advocacy groups in Washington.
All right, you need to get shot out of a cannon into the sun. Backsliding into fascism just 80 years after World War II is like failing an open book test in a room where the answers are written on the board and also constantly read out over loudspeakers. This is true, by the way. We should never stop screaming just because Fox thinks it's funny. Yeah, fuck them. Keep screaming. Be loud. Be the Karen. Remember how we called them Karens because they were annoying and they were screaming? You got to do that. 34 days since January 20th. If the administration collapses within 20 days, that's 53 to 54. What was that quote about Hitler in 53 days? I feel like that tracks. The world is bad. I did say this a few times today. Hitler dismantled Germany in a month and 3 weeks. It's been a month for us. Hell, J.B. Pritzker said it. If you guys weren't here for that, like, it's a good speech. Gave me goosebumps. I just posted the link for this, by the way.
.gov. Do not email hr@opm.gov. 5 bullet points of what you did last week. Do not email them. HR.
It's Doja's email. Go spam their email.
@P as in Peter, M as in Mary, .gov. What you did last week.
Have a good one, your boy John Doe. Don't forget to spam fucking Elon Musk with bullshit.
And 5 bullet points of what you did last week. Don't do it. They don't need to know. They only want it from federal workers. They don't need to know what all of us Americans did last week in at least 5 bullet points.
That's a fun little bit of direct action.
Don't send attachments. Don't send classified information. They made that perfectly clear. And don't email HR@O, P as in Peter, M as in Mary.gov. Just don't do it. I mean, why would we do it? They only want.
The one nice thing is I don't have to worry about like the laws of what I'm allowed to say in America. I only have to worry about the laws of what I'm allowed to say here. All right, 2 more things really quickly. I just want to talk about Australia for a second, but first, what was it? What was the other thing I was going to do? God damn it. Oh yeah, Pritzker. Give me JB. So here is JB Pritzker's speech. If you missed it, gave me fucking goosebumps.
Is the governor of Illinois. I'm going to show you about 3 minutes, to the state today. Check it out.
As some of you know, Skokie, Illinois once had one of the largest populations of Holocaust survivors anywhere in the world. In 1978, Nazis decided that they wanted to march there. The leaders of that march knew that the images of swastika-clad young men goose-stepping down a peaceful suburban street would terrorize the local Jewish population, so many of whom had never recovered from their time in German concentration camps. The prospect of that march sparked a legal fight that went all the way to the Supreme Court. I do not invoke the specter of Nazis lightly, but I know the history intimately and have spent more time than probably anyone in this room with people who survived the Holocaust. Here's what I've learned.
Is there anyone streaming to Raid?
That tears apart your house's foundation begins as a seed of distrust and hate and blame.
Again, that seed has been sown long ago. That seed is now sprouted.
The seed that grew into a dictatorship in Europe a lifetime ago didn't arrive overnight. It started with everyday Germans mad about inflation.
Oh, I have a very funny thing about
looking for
Greenwald.
someone to blame. I'm watching with a foreboding dread what is happening in our country right now. After we've discriminated against, deported, or disparaged all the immigrants and the gay and lesbian and transgender people, the developmentally disabled, the women and the minorities, once we've ostracized our neighbors and betrayed our friends, after that, when the problems we started with are still there staring us in the face, what comes next? All the atrocities of human history lurk in the answer to that question. And if we don't want to repeat history, then for God's sake, in this moment, we better be strong enough to learn from it.
I agree. You need to, like, take that in, man. Like, this is where we are. We've made it all the way to the end. I finally broke my 30 viewer chair yesterday on Kick. I mean, good for you. I still have only ever done like one Kick stream when I was banned on Twitch. I don't like it there at all. Seed is a goddamn tree at this point. Yes. He mentioned us like JB Pritzker in this speech said more effective rhetoric than any Democrat I've seen so far, including AOC. This made me tear up. This gave me goosebumps. This was what we needed to hear. But words are useless without action, except, like, you need to do the action. And words aren't useless because, again, like, look at leftist Leo. The fact that there was any representation is important. Well, I'm perma from Twitch I have to be there. I mean, you're on Twitch right now. How are you perma'd? By the way, speaking of Glenn Greenwald, this is very funny.
I hate to break it to you, but it depends on what you're looking at. And the ratios of Russian deaths to Ukrainian deaths, it's like 4 to 1. You just don't know what you're talking about. You've never fought anything.
You have
you
no
don't know
idea
anything
what
about
you're
the military.
about. I fought a lot of things. I fought a lot of things.
Oh, you fought a lot of things?
Because you were in the military.
I fought a lot of things. I've fought a lot of things. It's very funny. PBG, you are sus, man, because I never know with you. All right. Now then. Again, I'll leave you with this image. This is where we are. Take this in. Understand that this is the country. Oh yeah, have you not seen that, Proud PBG? You might want to watch the stream from the beginning. Yeah, this was at CPAC. Anyway, I will see you guys. Have a lovely day, and I'll see you next time.